Let me see something. Okay, that made sense. Okay. Hi everyone, welcome, welcome. If you're joining me on this live, I'm waiting for the Tarot Queen to join me for this collaboration Valentine's Day live that we're doing. So thank you for joining me. Thank you. Welcome to my channel, Melissa Oracle. So if you like this collab video, if you're watching this on playback, thank you for joining me. If you're watching this on live, thank you again for joining me. We're gonna wait for Sister to come through. I just sent her a invite through text. I learned this from last time, so let's see if it went through. Just give me 1 minute. I'm just gonna check and see if she's on. Let's see. She should be on. I sent her a message. So thank you for all for joining me. Those of you on my live. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to get my laptop and my pen and paper. So just give me a minute. I actually completely forgot all about that. So give me a minute. Look at that. Just let me see what's going on. Okay, so we're waiting here. Just want to make sure. Make sure I'm live. Push this back. So I hope everyone's doing well. We're just waiting for people to come on the live. Yay. All right. Hey, how are you?
Yay. Yeah, sorry. Then I was like, you know what? I need to put lipstick on too. And now seeing it, I was like, this lipstick is too brown.
It's too brown. Maybe add some. You know what
Right?
it
You
is?
think it
You
looks too brown?
may need a light in front of you so it could show more. It might not be too brown. I have here my laptop in front of me. So just to keep track of those.
Let me grab my little stand. Let me grab this little stand here. Let me put this here in front of it. Girl, my original stand for my iPhone broke. So I was like, oh my gosh. Then, I was like, let me go outside and I'll do the readings out here in my living room so that way it could stay on the back. Oh no. There you go.
I'm trying to see here if I could just.
Let me see how we stand here.
So I have my laptop. I'm going to have that here just for us to have. Hold on.
Yeah, I have my laptop too. I brought my laptop just in case. I need to look at anything.
So we're waiting for people to come on for the donation readings. If so far I don't think I see, unless I don't see anyone on just yet.
Came on saying hola.
Oh, okay, good. Because for a minute there, I was like, "Where's everyone?"
Right? I was like, okay.
Maybe
This light a little bit.
What am I doing? Oh, that's wrong. Hi everyone. Happy February. Time is flying. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like every time I go to sleep, wake up, and it's another month. It took a minute to sign in and get in. Oh, really? It did? I don't know. Maybe it's just things I noticed for in general for me. Getting on like the website, all that stuff, it's taking longer in terms of the like logging in generally. I don't know if there's something going on with the bandwidth of certain Wi-Fi stuff. I don't know nothing about it, but I feel like the reception is not that great. Even for me, I have good reception here and good Wi-Fi, but times it takes a while. So I don't know if it's like going downhill or what.
Yeah, actually, mine did kind of too.
It's
It's
everything
been
slower,
logging me
right?
out. It logged me out of certain things. Um,
So weird.
the internet has been weird. It's a
I
lot.
think I heard that like there may be hacks and things happening. Again, they don't advertise a lot, so we don't know. We feel like, at a point you think you're old and you're like, oh my God, maybe I'm just old and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But that's not the case. It
Yeah,
just
it's
could be the
not.
the Wi-Fi account. All right, so I'm just looking online just to see. Oh, I got. All right, good. All right, come on, log me in. So, hi everyone, how are you? Thank you for hopping on. I know it's been a hot minute since you've seen both of us together.
Yes.
Um, you know how it is. Time flies, and then you realize, holy crap, it's been a while. So, wait, hold on. What's going on here? Confirm. Okay. Can I go into my account? Oh my God, I want to go into my account, please. So you gotta speak nicely to the Wi-Fi so it can help and work with you. Someone else is on the live. Hi, other person. How are you? I hope you guys having a good hump day. Hopefully it's not too crazy. I've had friends been telling me that today's been wonky emotionally. Personally for me, I don't know because I have my time of the month. Like Red Roses from Texas came, so I don't know if it's just hormonal or there's something in the air.
Um, maybe there is. I don't know. I just felt I had to do a lot of shit today. So I was like everywhere. The Miami traffic here is horrendous. It is
Uh-uh.
so bad. So that's why I was like looking at the time when I had text you, we were just getting to go see that other unit, and then I thought, oh God, I don't think I'm gonna make it in enough time. So let
Yeah.
me just say something to her just in case. I was like, let
You,
me just your
you heard
kitty.
him? He's like, man, and he just jumped off. He's a very vivacious kitty, and he
Yes.
likes to cuddle.
Ah, that's
You may
sweet.
hear him in the background. You may see him hop here and there. He's curious, aren't you?
He's
Curious for treats. That's all he
oh.
wants. He's a fat ass. He eats a
Oh yeah, I
lot.
see his tail. He's like a little shark.
Yeah. He's looking at me like, what are you talking about? We're talking about you, sir.
Yeah, we're talking about you.
Yeah. So how's everyone like feeling about Valentine's Day? I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of don't care. I don't know. I'm like,
You
I'm not
guys,
really focused on it. I'm like, there's other things going on. And maybe it's that day, like, oh, you love the person you remind, but I don't know. It's not a big deal for me this year. I don't know about you guys. In terms of the day itself,
yeah.
I can't, I like, if I get something great, if I don't, I kind of don't care.
Mm.
It's nice to get appreciation, but personally for me, I'm just like, I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know if that's how you're feeling too. Personally, for me, I'm just like if I go out and watch a movie or if I get ice cream, I'll be happy. Simple things make me happy. Chocolate covered strawberries are my favorite in general. I will
Ah.
make my own, and it's really delicious. But personally, for me, like a little treat, that's it. Like I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I just changed my ways, and because I
I
used to
only
like all that stuff, and then I'm at a point where it's just like I just want my favorite treat, and that's it.
yeah.
Like, if you're gonna give me a gift, give me like $1 million. I need that. to pay
Oh
off
my
my loans and like live somewhere nice and cute away from, big crowds and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you, a call or
Yeah.
something would be nice, but not necessary. Yeah,
Uh,
like someone will bring you your favorite lunch. Personally, for me, I like tacos. Barita tacos may be nice. Maybe I want to try barita ramen. You can bring me that.
mm.
I want to try it so bad. And I just tried a new snack. I love boba. I don't know about you
Oh
guys.
yeah.
I love boba, but they have these waffle. My man's like, there's waffle pancakes looking things, and they
Uh-huh.
put stuff in it. They have like fruity pebble
Oh.
ones, and they look like bubbles. And
Mm.
and then I was like, ooh. He's like, they. I don't know if he bought me them before. I didn't like it. I don't know where he bought it from, but I said, oh, you know what? Let me try the fruity pebbles because fruity pebbles is one of my favorite type of flavors.
Yeah. Oh, me
So
too.
I was just like, all right, just give me the fruity pebble one. They can't go wrong. They can't fuck that up.
No, they
So
can
it
eat.
was so delicious. It was like a pancake fruity pebble, but like little bubbles.
Ah.
And I put whipped cream on top with some cinnamon toast crunch, and I was just like, oh
Oh.
yeah. If you ever tried anything, vanilla ice cream, cinnamon toast crunch, and fruity pebbles, I promise you, it tastes good. I promise you. I got him addicted when I make created my own ice cream at some place, and he was eating mine, and I was like, no, really, really good. But fruity pebbles, vanilla ice cream, and cinnamon toast crunch. Just crunch the fruity pebbles and just pour it in there and just mix it, and
Yeah.
you'll love it. It's gonna
Wow.
be good. That's just the fatty in me saying that.
That sounds delicious. I'm actually on Valentine's Day. I mean, I'm not dating anyone or no one's showing any kind of interest to do something special for me. So, and someone, the witches of Miami that I do parties with, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna do a Valentine thing," and then another day that they're doing. So then
Mhm.
at first I thought, oh, on Valentine's Day I shouldn't work that day. But then I thought about it, I was like, I don't have anybody that's gonna do anything for me. And again, or anyone doesn't seem like no one's making any effort for anything. So I was like, okay, you know what? And I told her, you know what? I'll work Valentine's Day. I was like, yeah, put me up. I'll go to that. I'll go do readings and help all the girls out there.
Yeah,
Like
maybe the girls will buy you something. You'll be like, you know what? I'm gonna buy you something. You deserve it. You know?
yeah, someone will buy me a drink or some pizza at the place that it's a bar that sells pizza and fries and stuff. I'll be like, you know what, y'all can give me a slice of pizza
Hmm.
and with the reading. And I was like, you know what, I'll go for Valentine's Day out there and do some readings and work and um come back home. But I've never like actually been able to really celebrate Valentine's Day. Like I never really either have a boyfriend during the time of Valentine's or my
Hmm.
ex-boyfriend when I was with him, girl, he was so cheap. So
No.
cheap. And I was like,
How cheap
no,
was cheap? Like how cheap was he?
girl. You may meet someone there. Plus, it's Friendship Day, so I am sure your friends will let you know how much they love you. Ah,
Yes.
true, true.
Friendship Day, yes, definitely. I think Valentine's Day is just a day of love
Love.
between
Yeah.
anybody that you hold near and dear.
Yeah. I try also actually on Valentine's Day, I buy candy and stuff like that for my friends too. Like I'll give them little candies or chocolate, little
Aw.
cards. So I like to give them,
I'm gonna be
so
at my job celebrating little children,
I
and
how
they're
cute.
my Valentines. I'm their Valentines, so that's pretty much. And then maybe if my man wants to, I don't really pressure him. Like I used to in the beginning, like why didn't you? And then right now I'm at a point where it's just like, you bring me. He always knows what to bring me. I tell him I like chocolate covered strawberries. That's it. Don't bring me nothing else. Like I don't
Uh,
care. And
he's smart.
barita and taquitos, anything food, just food food if you want to. That'll be nice because I can eat it right then and there and enjoy it.
That's true. That's a good point.
Just
That's
food,
a good point.
yummy food. So we got a couple of people. I don't know what's going on with this laptop. I don't know why it always does that. Keep playing games with my heart. Like because I don't know what's going on. I'm not gonna even try to understand the internet in terms of the Wi-Fi. Oh wait, I have wait nope, that's wrong. That's
Nah.
wrong. I'm trying to look for the orders page, and for some reason, it's not loading for the life of me. But I know who purchased and who didn't. So we have my Tika, Maribel, Ella, and Katie.
Okay.
Katie did mention she most likely will not be on. She'll try. And Katie, if you are here, let us know. If not, we'll do her last.
Yeah.
Given that she's not unsure, and she didn't give me a specific question or ask her if it's general or not. She didn't really give me a message on that, so I'm assuming whatever her
Or I
guides.
figured too, it was kind of like a Valentine's Day. I don't know if it's like love related or
That's
if
what I'm
it's,
saying.
yeah,
Valentine's
like
Day.
it's
I said either a specific question in regards to love or
just like
a
general
general love
love.
reading, like
Okay.
for
For
Valentine's
her,
Day.
yeah.
So yeah, I didn't get anything else. So I'm assuming if she does show up on the stream,
Yeah.
great. If not, and if anyone does not join, like in terms of people who did purchase or donated money for these donation readings, I'm gonna put the timestamps and your information, like your reading, and the timestamps. So in
Oh,
the
okay, yeah,
comments down below.
that's really smart for her.
Yeah, I'm gonna just list everybody just in case people want to come back and relook at their stuff.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea too. Like if you forget or if you want to kind of like reconnect with the
Yeah.
reading, you could go back, pick like you go to your time slot,
Yeah, that's
listen
what
to
I
the
did on the
reading.
last one. I just said, you know what, let me just put everyone, and I had to go over and look at the time
Yeah.
stuff. It wasn't hard. Trust me, it wasn't. I was breaking my neck for that. But I would looked and I just put the time. So I'm just going to put her last. And Maribel said around 8 if she's able to get on. What time is
That she
it?
might get it. It's like 7:53.
Okay, perfect. So it looks like we're both kind of, she's making money on Valentine's Day as she should. So am I. I'm going to be at work and then most likely go home. Like, I'm tired.
Yeah, I'll probably be tired because it's also like in the downtown area. So I would have to go to
Mm.
downtown and then come back. And downtown from my house where I live is like at that time there wouldn't be traffic, so I could get home like in 20 minutes. But still, it's like I would,
I would postpone things. If it's like a real date day, I'd be like, no, no, hold on that. Let's do the
yeah,
weekend. I hate going out after work because then I have
yeah,
to like race home and sleep and then come the next morning to work.
yeah,
Unless
no,
it's a Friday, I'm like, yes, let's do it. But if it's not, then no.
yeah.
Um, I
I
don't know.
feel
Maybe that's the
the
old lady syndrome in me. I'm getting older too.
same.
I like certain things. I don't want to be out late. I don't know. I don't know about you. Do you like being out late still?
Yeah, so actually now it's funny because I told my friend he's been talking to some new guy and he wants me to meet him and obviously hang out with them. But then the nighttime has never worked, and I told him, look, if you want, we could do like a brunch thing because I will day drink during the daytime, but my body by nighttime I will not
Exactly.
last unless like I slept all day. And which I'm
You'll
not
be
gonna be sleeping all
yawning.
day. Yeah, exactly. No.
Because people think it's annoying, like, oh, why are you yawning? You think it's boring? Like, no, my body wants to sleep.
And
Like,
that's
you
what
don't
I told him. I was like,
understand.
I'm sorry, but my body's just knocking out. It's not doing it. I'm about to fall. I'm about to fall asleep. So, like,
I
even being
agree.
on
I'm
my
the
cell phone,
same way. By 11, I'm yawning. If you
yeah,
see
even
me yawning constantly, I can't do the same thing I did in my 20s. I cannot. My
yeah,
body's like, no, we're sleeping tonight. I'm like, damn. That's why I don't like. If I do like to go out, I would like it to be close to home. I hate traveling
yeah,
anywhere at night when I want to just be home. I'm that person. But I don't know. I think it's cool to drink in your house. Some
yeah.
people
Me
find
too.
it like ew. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like you're safe.
Exactly.
You have your little glasses you could drink. You can order in. I don't know.
That's
Some
yeah.
people I was made fun of for that.
No,
Thinking
they're
drinking at
wrong.
home was yeah. I had some friends a long time ago when I was in my 20s. They're like, you drink at home? That's and I was like, what? Why would I want to be in an unsafe location, intoxicated around people I don't know?
Yeah, that's
But
extremely a good point. Yeah,
I was like, that's my logical brain because when I get under the influence, I'm hyper aware. I'm like, who's that in that shadow corner over there? I'm watching you. I'm so aware. I'm like, I'm watching every one of you. Don't mess with me. I'm like that. I'm like, cuckoo, looking everywhere because I want to make sure I'm safe. because I know I'm not fully aware. I'm impaired.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's just me. I'm that type of friend. I'm like, all right, let's go home. Like, let's take a taxi. We're not taking no train home, no bus, no hell no. We're taking a taxi. Text me the license plate. Tell me the number. Send me the link.
Mandiga said home is safer and cheaper.
Yes. So it's like you call, yeah, 100%. It is walking distance from the bed and the bathroom because I have a small bladder. But yeah, so I don't know. I kind of went on a tangent. I apologize as always.
As always, right?
Listen, I'm a Sagittarius. Please help me. You know, I be catching myself. I'm like, I'm such a Sagittarius. Cause I'm like, one thing to this. I'm like, I need to calm that shit down. I'm trying, y'all. I'm a talker. I'm so lucky. So we have here, since Martika's on, we're gonna read you first because you're here. I know
For
there
sure.
were 2 other people on, so I'm assuming they're gonna hop in later. And Martika had a 7 card. I think everyone purchased a 7 card.
Okay.
Everyone from all the people.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. And does Martika have a specific love question? Or she just wants a general love question.
I have a feeling it's general. I don't think you didn't mention anything to us. You didn't, right?
Not that I know. Yeah. Not me in particular.
Sorry if I'm burping. I'm burping him. Apologize.
General as always.
always. So, all right. Let's see. Oh shit.
Okay. Is there any particular tarot cards you're using today? Or oracle?
I've been feeling called just to use this for all my readings this week. So it's the Witch's Tarot and the Starseed Oracle.
Ah, nice. I have those too. But I decided to go with my original deck today. But I guess as I was taking them out, I was thinking about it. I was like, I wish maybe I had like a tarot deck that was more, or maybe like an oracle for like love or relating more to like love, to kind of
Yeah,
like have
I've been
like
wanting to do that, but I don't like. I personally don't do YouTube readings on love because that's very touchy.
Yeah, I've noticed how the internet gets in general with love things, or I don't want someone to be like, especially nowadays, I've seen a lot of scenarios where they're like, oh, well, that girl said online this, and that. And then they go do something that then they try to bounce it to you, and then me getting in trouble. And I'm like, no, 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 sir. At your discretion, we need to put a disclaimer before like you're on our YouTube channel. We
True.
need to put a disclaimer. Disclaimer. I am not a professional doctor, therapist.
Yeah.
You know.
Love readings are iffy because people cling on to every word, especially when it comes to that person. And that's why I feel like it's like, I would love to do if you have a love reading one-on-one, that's fine. But
Yeah. Yeah.
general readings, that's a gray area because different people are in different circumstances and they may not reveal everything about the person. And when you do general reading, they say stay. Like, I just think ethically that's a gray area that I don't want to touch. So that's why I don't do general love readings, just because every relationship is so specific and it has so many
Yeah.
layers. So I'd rather do one-on-one where I could tap into your energy. But general ones, I feel weird about that. In the beginning, I thought I could, like, oh, maybe I could help. But then I start to see that people get clingy and codependent and maybe even a little toxic with love readings. That's why I was like, all right, let me not. I'd rather
Yeah.
focus on you and help you out, and then eventually the love stuff will figure itself out,
Yeah.
because that's solely depending on the person and the belief in themselves, and that reflects in their love life.
Yeah. Yeah. I've noticed that a lot. So that's like too, like, I feel kind of like shitty doing weird or like this person's thinking about you. Look, first of all, I didn't tap that energy in at all. Like I didn't. So I don't want to be throwing kind of that stuff out there for people when there's no way in hell I randomly picked up an energy about some random person that I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
You know. Okay, so okay, I have my cards ready.
You can go first if you feel. um,
Okay. So I did like a general love reading. So
mhm.
the first card I got for you, Martika, is the Queen of Cups. So, with the Queen of Cups, you could see how she looks like. I always, she's holding on really firmly to this cup and she's looking into it, and she's almost like hovered a little bit over. She has like this blanket around her to like, kind of like nourish herself, because in a sense maybe part of her feels like we're not getting enough from certain particular people or certain areas, or like we feel like we know we deserve better. So it's almost kind of like, deep down a part of you says that, but maybe action wise, we're not doing as much, maybe, or like right now we're connecting mostly with that emotional or first internal thought that starts saying, you know what, like I don't feel quite fulfilled or quite happy right now, or like I feel like I deserve better, but I'm not really receiving that. So she's like in this state of mind of processing things. And as well, she's very intuitive. She's like a Scorpio. And I believe your Venus is in Scorpio, so, for your love, you definitely need a bit of play and mystery. And maybe that's what pulls you back and forth. But as well, you yourself are mysterious and special and unique. So I think you need someone to see you that way for it to also kind of like, give you that feeling of like, feeling like there's this almost like you definitely love the love game, right? That when it's mutual for the two of you to be there, kind of going back and forth. So with the angel next to it, the Tempress, she's showing that there's definitely like a sense of moderation needed in this. Maybe with the particular person, the energy is going kind of like back and forth, and it doesn't stay well balanced. So we need to have like a good moderation and a good balance of things, but as well with like the angel being more grounded. That's how you can see his like little foots in the water and on the earth, like he's very grounded and mellow, and he knows what he's doing when he's blending all these kinds of energies. So I think like when you're seeking a person or trying to seek someone, you definitely need someone who's very grounded and solid and down to earth, and like, has like their shit together, has everything solidified and down ready, because they need to match this energy that you yourself give. You're very like settled in, and you're grounded to the ground, to the many core layers of the earth, girl, the universe, and all these things. So this person needs to like, understand that for you as well. And maybe they're not on the same page as you are, you know? So here you have the Four of Coins. Which with the Four of Coins, I can see, I think it's like goes both ways in a sense, the energy where the Four of Coins, I can see that maybe it's hard for the person. The person doesn't really want to let you go, but the Four of Coins is always someone who's very like greedy or they want everything around them. That's why like they have it on his foot, he's holding on to here. The coin is hovering above his head because that's all it's like me. I want this, you know? And as well, the Four of Coins, I think more like for your energy, it's kind of telling you, remember, we don't need to like the Four of Coins also represents in the sense of letting go, like realizing when it's time to let go of something, or that maybe it served this time. So what are we doing holding on? You know, you need to ask yourself, are you holding on to all the good things to justify their actions, or because it's actually real and like that's really important to you, you want that, you know? But with the Four of Coins, I can definitely see, you can even see his face, he doesn't look that great. You know, he's also like a little malicious. You know what I mean? Like he always looks like to me very greedy and like, you know, he wants what he wants, you know? He's very selfish, you know, he wants to have his cake and eat it too and all these things, but that's not the kind of energy you need, you know? Um, I and then you have some other, you know, so with that said too, you know, here you have the Eight of Coins, which represents, you see the man's chiseling at the coins. It represents that with this particular person, if you would want to make things work, it needs a lot of work. Like, and work from both ends and not just from you or you trying to do something, because also in a sense you don't necessarily need to be doing anything. I think work needs to be put into the connection to really make it like actually work and flourish, you know, and really consider from which end, you know, because this one comes underneath your Four of Coins. So it's kind of like either you work on letting this person go, or you have to work on like, they have to work on themselves to know that like they are here 100% for you and not, let's say, just dating or not taking things seriously or things are up in the air or like his life is messy, he doesn't know where to navigate. But you know, that's totally up to you, you know, to decide. And here you have the Seven of Swords, which your Seven of Swords as well too. It's kind of like telling you to like, you know, when it comes to your love life, you have to be able to like, and I think with this particular person, you know, you have to be able to like as well do like your own thing. Don't feel like you have to like share everything with them, because almost in a sense too, the Seven of Swords could represent that they're holding something back from you and not being completely honest. So if they're having their own secret agenda, then why should we be so open and vulnerable about everything? Or let's say staying so loyal to someone that we feel like they're hiding things from us, you know, whether that is dating other people or being open or that they don't know what they want, you know, it's just kind of like we can be so, you know, this person's definitely not as open and expressive as you are. So why should you be telling them every little thing, you know, or like letting them know every little thing, you know, like, I think that's very like boyfriend stuff, right? Like I'm telling my boyfriend, today I did all these things and I'm going to work and then I'll come back to see you and then hang out with my girlfriends. But then if the person's not sharing those things with you, then that's not, you know, an equal play and equal balance. But then here you have the Ten of Swords that shows that you'll come to the end of this internal struggle and this situation you may be struggling with, or like if it's kind of like hurting you more deep down inside, you know, which the swords always tell us that, you know, especially because they're kind of like at their pressure point right now. It shows that, you know, you'll come to the end, whether that's like you struggling with the idea of letting go or struggling with all these emotional feelings you have about the person that or like having too many questions or questioning everything. So he comes to the end of like that space where he can then kind of like free himself and be open to do what he wants and kind of go off and venture on himself. Because then here with your last card, which is a Sagittarius card, is the Knight of Wands. The Knight of Wands, you know, you see he's a knight and he's kind of like the knight is in motion, and it represents someone who's like on a new journey, and says, you know, they're fire signs as well. It could be a new journey for love, or maybe like you going through this whole like pain and cycle made you realize even more specifically that you need this fiery person, or like, you know, you need this kind of energy from this particular kind of individual who's also maybe as fiery as you. So I'm ready to go find that person. I'm ready to go find them. I'm ready to go on like on a new love mission, on a new love journey. Like, what does that look like for me? And as well, because he looks younger in the image through the night, I always say maybe it's like you being like almost like a new life, or like seeing it as a new perspective, or like fresh eyes, to kind of like be able to pursue your love life in a more adventurous, fun way, or like being open to like a new adventure, or like being open to like a new person. It's okay that right now maybe we're kind of like this, that we're trying to hold on to all the little good things, or like hold on to like what we feel is really great, but internally I think it's just going to continue to like really beat you up inside. And you're gonna get to your breaking point, and when you do, in a sense, that's almost gonna like you break free from this situation you have, and for you to in a sense to feel like a new fire to just go on and explore something new, and have a new fun love life, that it's something that maybe is a little bit more passionate and more fiery, and like maybe think about that too, like have you ever dated a fire sign? You ever dated so maybe a fire sign sometimes when other fire signs tell me they've been dating fire signs, sometimes I think that's crazy. I'm like, how do you do that? Right? You think that works? And they're like, yeah, I like it. Or like, they're like, yeah, you know what? It actually works because they understand me. I don't think everybody understands a fire sign, but we
Yeah.
understand each other.
Yeah, definitely. Fire signs, we special. We're very special. We feel what we feel.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Because I'm actually dating a fire sign. We've been together for almost 10 years, so it's possible.
But yeah,
It's
no, trust me. The
possible.
first time I have a friend that she's a Leo, and her fiance is an Aries, and I said,
Yeah,
oh my
mine's
gosh,
the
how are you guys
Aries
doing
too.
that?
I'm gonna tell you this: Aries men are crazy. You either got the good crazy or the crazy crazy. Cause man, they special, and they're in their own category of
Yeah,
person. Just
yeah, they are.
like as a person, they're in their own category.
Yeah,
Um, they're go getters though. If they like something,
yeah,
they want to do something, they don't stop, which
yeah,
I think is really cool. So while you were reading, there were a couple of people. Maribel's on. So Maribel, you will be after Martika after I do my reading for her, and then we'll do yours. And then for Nicole, how much for a donation of 15, you get 5 cards from each of us in regards to a question, a particular question for your love life, or a general love reading if you just don't know what exactly the question is. So we can do general love. Or if you want to do 20, donate 20. That will be 7 cards from each of us. And
yeah,
again, that is based on a specific question. Or if you would like just a general love reading, that could also be another choice for you in terms of what you want. So that will be on lunasoulauracle.com under readings. You'll see the live, you'll see the amount, and then once I see the the notification, and then you'll be add. Thank you, Cash App. We'll Cash App it now. All right, that's totally fine. And let me just write you down then.
Okay, is Ella on? I think Ella's on, but I don't know if she's able to type or say yes or no.
If not, you can message us on Instagram
Yeah,
too.
I was like, I have my
I
laptop here.
have
Yeah,
my laptop too.
I have my laptop
So
because also I could use like my iPhone thing. So I figured I think everyone I have is almost iPhone. So I was like, if I get a message from someone, but I think Ella is on just to make sure. So we add her.
Cash App, though, Cash App is fine. Cash App is fine. Whatever way you can, whatever way works for you. And if not, you want to do it on the website, that's fine as well. What was I saying? Okay, I addressed everybody. I just wanted to make sure. So my reading is very similar to sister's reading. I'm just gonna be honest with you. We actually had a couple cards. You got a lot of balance. I got a temperance card. I even got a 2 of Pentacles for you. So your guides really want you to start balancing your love life. So this is you. You're like basically you're the Queen of Cups for in her reading, Queen of Pentacles in mine. So you definitely have this royalty aspect in terms of who you are and how you carry yourself. So you are seen of a woman of you put yourself on a high, you have high expectations, but I think you should. I think also you're more of a, in a sense, like a boss lady, the way you carry yourself. So maybe I'm hearing that some men may find that intimidating, which is great. I personally think if you're intimidated by me, that clearly means that you look up to me in some way. I aspire to you in some way. So I feel like this could be something that you don't notice with men. They tend to get a little more shy around you. So you may notice some men might work up themselves after some time and then say something. So this is something that does happen often in regards to your love life. So they want you to realize that. And this is also a moment to kind of also know your worth, because you are a person that's you got a beautiful personality. You also are a go-getter, like a fire sign, of course. And you're also very grounded in what you do. So you're very connected to your environment, the people around, and they matter to you. So again, I want you to start looking at yourself in a higher regard in regards to putting yourself out there love wise. So if you start thinking of yourself like, I only deserve this kind of love, I want this type of love, set that boundary for yourself internally. So when you engage with others, you don't have to lower your boundary, lower your standards to meet someone else. They're saying don't lower your standards for people. If you have a certain standard, I need to be respected. There needs to be a reciprocation. This person needs to think of others and empathize. Consider that a personal boundary in love. And when you approach potential suitors, that's something you should not waver. You should not bring down your standards for somebody, especially somebody who you may feel bad for. I'm sorry, you got to be a little more cutthroat with that, because again, this is a potential life partner. You don't want someone that you see potential in and you have to constantly nurture them. Let's just be honest. We're not mothering people. We are want someone that meets us halfway. And this is where you have to start creating those boundaries within yourself in regards to what can you work with and what you will like in a partner and what you won't. So if I'm here, I'm saying this to say this to you because I feel like your guides want to remind you of this, because the people you're with now, or if you're talking to anyone that you had to lower your standards for, that's basically the answer to any questions. Are you with the right person? Are you with the person that's going to honor you? So if you had to lower your standards in terms of, give them chances, or kind of put yourself last in regards to them, then you're automatically, it's not working, because it shouldn't be that type of work. Let's be honest. This is all said with love. So again, they want you to see yourself as royalty. Consider yourself, and like you're a person too. You deserve to be treated fairly, and whoever is with you deserves to get you that treatment, that queen, that royalty treatment, because you deserve it. Okay, so this is just a reminder. This is who you are. Okay. Very deserving of beautiful abundance and love. Now, the next card we have here is a Two of Pentacles. So this is talking about you have to start balancing more in your life. What's important to you in terms of love and what isn't. So again, like I said, start creating more of a standard of what you will like and what you don't like. Now, that does not mean you knock out every person that doesn't meet every criteria. There is certain things that people can work with, and that depends on you. For example, if this person does not have the ideal career that they want, but they're working towards it and they're in school, that's different. So that means they're working towards that career, and eventually they can get there. And that means they're actively working on it. So you can say, okay, this person is working towards it. I think I could still get with this person. He obviously wants to get there and he's doing the necessary steps. So I see it. For example, if this person doesn't have his own house and that's something that you want someone that has their own property, but they're working to get there, then that's again something you have to evaluate. So I'm just speaking in terms so you can understand what I mean. So again, have some more standards in regards to who you're engaging with. I feel like you're kind of at a point where you're feeling gonna rip your hair out if you have to. We don't have to rip our hair out. You have beautiful hair. You're a queen here. Treat yourself as such. You don't have to rip your hair out and get frustrated and annoyed with whoever you're with. You shouldn't be going through this. You shouldn't be suffering. Let's just say it. You shouldn't be suffering for somebody else who's not even like a fiance, a husband, or anything. If they're not even in that category, there's no reason for you to even engage. So I don't know if anyone on the live needed to hear that. If you're suffering with somebody and you're not even boyfriend and girlfriend, get them the fuck out. I'm saying that with love. You shouldn't be suffering with the who to what's it, a situationship. You should not be suffering and dealing with drama.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying this for anyone alive. This is a love reading, but I say this with love. So this is something they want you to balance on. They want you to create more of like what you want and start focusing on that. And if anyone doesn't meet it, if they have certain things that is just multiple things at once, then you know, move on. The next card you also got is the Temperance card. So this is also talking about emotions as well. I feel like right now your emotions are a little imbalanced in regards to love, and they want you to start pouring into your cup. You've been pouring more into the person you're with, and it's becoming imbalanced. So this is why they're emphasizing please balance your environment and your emotions because it's going to help you in the future. Okay, so if you feel like you're pouring your energy more into someone else, this is where you have to start realizing, okay, I'm giving too much. I need to pull my energy back. I need to do more for myself. If you're constantly texting the person, they're not texting you. If you're constantly engaging with the person to conversate and they're not, and let's just say you say, you know what, I'm not going to text them. Let's see what happens. If they have not texted you within 2 to 3 days, and this happens consistently, I don't know which if this is for you, Martika, specifically, because if a person considers you a priority and they really like you, they will at least engage with you once a day. Who knows? Some people have intense jobs, it's fine. Or they will call you. Okay. So again, if they're not making an effort at all, you should not even put a fingernail into that shit. You shouldn't even dip a toe in there. No. This is where we have to be very specific and just say, you know what, if you're not engaging with me, talking with me, how the hell am I we're going to have a long-term relationship? How is this going to work? I have to fish for you? Oh hell no. Again, remember, you're the queen of pentacles. There's so much abundance around you. You don't need the caca under your shoe. Let's just call it what it is. The cacarochis of love. We don't want no cockroach of love. We want some good, fine person that's going to care for you. Now, your guides are saying when you start to realize your worth more and start to implement more boundaries and balance and also balancing your emotions, calling back your energy and focusing on yourself more and not giving so much to others, there's going to be more victories in your love life. So that means you will actually see more people flock to you. And this is a little tip for anybody here. Treat yourself like the love of your life. If you want to do something on Valentine's Day, treat yourself like the love of your life. When you start to treat yourself with so much love, you vibrate a different frequency and you attract the person that vibrates with how you treat yourself. So if you treat yourself like a
Absolutely.
queen and you hold standards and you take care of your body, mind, and soul, you have fun, you enjoy yourself, someone sees that and they're like, I like her. The energy, and it's not even about your looks, it's the energy you carry. And they're like, I'm attracted to that. And you're gonna vibrate. You might have some kakarochis, but you know your worth and you have boundaries. You kick them to the side. It's like, no, I don't need that. I want someone of value. And that person will see you and they will come for you. And they won't hesitate to make you theirs. They're like, you won't be mine. Don't worry. And you're gonna look at them like they're crazy, but I promise you, if they're determined like an Aries, they're gonna make you theirs. And they'll be like, sweep you off your feet. And you're gonna be like, well, where did you come from? So again, there's gonna be someone coming in soon. I don't know if this is the ending of the year, during the year, but there's someone gonna come in. But this is once you start to create balance in your love life. And that means start focusing on yourself, making sure you're putting yourself as a priority, having more standards, not lowering your standards for anybody, and this is when Spirit's going to be like, all right, she got it. Let's send her someone real good. And it's going to be someone that matches you. And the funny thing is, a wand, and she got the Knight of Wands. It could be a potential fire sign. Okay. So it may be another fellow Sagittarius, Leo, or Aries, or someone that has heavy fire in their chart. So let it be known. And the last card you got for tarot is the Two of Swords. So this is a powerful moment for you to have success. You have to make real decisions, like no more BS. You got to really start doing like cutting it and setting. And if you're with somebody right now, and let's just say they are stepping over some boundaries and triggering certain things, you have to vocalize. You cannot stay quiet. You have to vocalize how you feel, put it on the table, say, let's cut the bullshit. This is how I feel. This is what I want as in a person. If you can't meet that, then this is not going to happen. And you can't entertain anymore. You can't waste your time on somebody who's not putting the same amount of effort on you. That's just a waste. So they're saying success will come when you start to make decisions, start leading with your intuition. If your intuition is saying not today, then cut it off. Like your gut knows. You know deep down if the person's for you or not. You will know. Because we as women, we tend to look at everything. We're analyzing everything you do, and we're like, and we can see what we can work with, what works for us, what aligns with us. You know, they don't have to be like you, but they have to work with you, and they have to want to build with you, and that's something you want. So again, that's the message I'm seeing here. Now I got 2 oracle messages for you. I have here, Star Family, you are part of a team of souls. Call in support.
Yes.
So this is where you talk to friends or you talk to people that you truly trust about how you feel. And I feel like this is more just for you to let out your emotions, not necessarily to ask for advice, because you kind of know what you have to do. Excuse me. But maybe this is probably what we're doing now, helping you out here. But this is also if you have dilemmas and you just want to bounce ideas and see what other people think, and validate. Because I feel like sometimes you think you're crazy for reacting a certain way. Like, am I being too much? And you need that person to tell you, no, you're not. You're fine. And if someone else tells you, the person you're talking to saying you're too much, be careful with that because they might gaslight your ass. This is where you got friends who are neutral who will tell you the truth if you're bugging or not. Okay, you gotta talk to those people and say, look, am I bugging or not? Is this something? And again, start validating your feelings. And I have a feeling you're not bugging. I have a feeling that whoever this person is, they're trying to make it downplay your emotions. Again, this is where the temperance card says, start focusing on yourself more. Stop pouring into their cups. So call in people, ask for advice, take it with groundedness. Just take the advice and understand it, and understand your own feelings too. The last card you have here is You Got the Love. That's funny. And it says, it is a really pretty card. I really like this deck. It says, ha, had, Hadarin in energy. I don't know if I said that right. Codependency boundaries. Ooh. Oops, your team kind of spilled the beans there. They kind of said, be careful with codependency. And I'm not hearing you. I'm hearing people like to codependent with you. People like to latch on to you. They like to rely on you a little too much, and this is where the boundaries have to really be put in place. Okay, so I don't know. I maybe you've kind of, you have a good heart, and they see that, and you're a person that's like royalty, and they want a piece of that. They want someone who's like that, nurturing, kind, and will help them. But I'm sorry, if you're a grown man over a certain age, why do you need help?
That's a man child.
I'm just stating the facts. I'm not being mean. We have to hold people to a standard. Like, if you're 40 something, why do you need help? Unless you are physically disabled or mentally disabled. Crickets. I'm like, this is a Sagittarius. I'm speaking. Look, Sagittarius, Sagittarius. You get my drift. You get my bluntness. Why you need help, sir, ma'am, sir, ma'am? Why you need help? Oh, you can't walk. You need to learn life skills. I am not your mother. You need to cook and clean just as much. I work just as much as you. What are you talking about? ¿Qué pasa?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, my love.
Mic drop. Yeah. Like.
Yeah. That's why that's why some of us Sagittariuses are intimidating, because we can take no shit. So I promise you that. So basically, that's just what it's saying. Put more boundaries, honor your boundaries. Do not lower your standards or boundaries for anybody. That means family or friends or even potential lovers. Do not
Yeah.
hold that standard high. And I promise you, someone's going to see and they're like, I like her and I'm going to do everything and more. And mind you, you don't even have to tell them, they know.
Yeah.
They know, and that's the type of cream of the crop you want. So, like I said, the 6 of Wands means there's going to be success. There's going to be success once you
Yeah.
start implementing more balance, and that means
Yeah.
emotionally and within your physical.
Yeah. It definitely, it's like a good triumphant card for me, that like you know, you did it, and all the people around him, or like her in that card in particular, are parading around her, because it's like your crew, like, yeah, you know, like they're happy for you, and that's what it is, you know. And when you were talking about that too, you know, the to me, the Knight of Wands is why I thought, well, maybe it could be that a fire sign is coming to her, you know, the minute that she kind of like lets go of this other person, and you know, does this release, it opens up the door for this fire sign to come to her. And you know,
Mhm.
and you kind of said that you were also saying, oh, you know, a fire sign as well could work
Well,
for
it's
you,
this, yeah,
so
6 of Wands is victory. Someone
yeah.
coming in, trotting into victory. They're excited. They're ready to show off their reward. So I don't know. It sounds like a pretty nice thing after all the boundaries and the balance. So
Yes.
see good things. We see good things.
Okay, so I know it will happen, I just need to release him, I know.
Yeah. If anything, treat yourself. That's like, give that an excuse to go to a spa, to go away somewhere nice, like an island, and just have fun. You never know. You might meet yourself a papito somewhere
Over
and
there.
have a, yeah. But like, I treat you nice. I treat you with the accents and stuff. Be like, yes, yes,
Maribel's
treat
like,
me
you got
nice.
this, Martha. Yes. And I
Yes,
always love the lives too, because everybody is up in here like cheering each other on and showing support.
yes. We all
You know.
deserve to be loved, especially loved. And I think there is love with conditions. I honestly do. The whole
Yeah.
without conditions is very toxic. There should be certain conditions in regards to love, especially if it's a person that's very, very toxic and can fuck up your mental health. So,
Yeah, we don't we no one deserves that on here. Y'all
no.
deserve to have someone that will
Yeah,
see
make
you for
you
you.
think you're crazy. I'm not crazy. Get the fuck out. I hate that. I hate when people try to make you think you're crazy for thinking or feeling. That pisses me off. It's like, no,
No.
that's a manipulation tactic. Do not
That's what I tell
engage.
people. I'm like, that's a way for them to gaslight you as well, to make you think that you're not validated in this moment. And your feelings are valid, and people just need to listen to then have
Yeah.
empathy to understand, okay, so why is she upset, or why is she sad, or why is she questioning these things, or you know, and when you better listen to people and ask questions to like ask them like, well, how can I help you right now, or how can I understand you better, or like, why do you feel that is happening? That's a way to try to like learn more about your partner. And maybe those are just
Exactly.
patterns of theirs, or you learn that those are things that they've been scared about the past, or they've been played this game before and they're over it, you know, or like
Yeah.
maybe you did
100%.
something you didn't realize it, you know, and someone needs to literally call you out and tell you what you did. So
Yeah, and I think that takes emotional intelligence on
yeah.
anyone's part to kind of, and that means being empathetic. That's being seeing your partner and their feelings. You may not understand it, but you're seeing and validating and say, okay, I understand you felt that way. Let's figure out why. And that's the type of people you want. They want to try, and that will make a world of a difference. And I feel like a lot of people, especially in love, they need to start trying for themselves and just to be more empathetic. I don't know, people are selfish. It's very weird.
It is.
People are
While
too
you were
selfish.
talking, I'm actually on my other YouTube, like my just with my regular name. I was commenting to people because people were asking, but Maribel is next, right? We said that, and
Yeah.
then Ella
Yes.
said they were on, but then someone said that they paid, and I think that's someone separate from Nicole, right? So
Yes,
if you look to the
Nicole, and
comments,
then we have Katie, and Katie will be last. If she's
But
on,
someone said something. I don't think it was Nicole. I think it was somebody else.
let me look and see.
Like, I think Nicole already had sent you, or I wasn't sure if that was the case.
Oh,
I think it's
Jamie
someone-
White says she sent her payment. Jamie. Okay. Jamie just sent.
Yeah, there you go. I was like, I think there's someone separate.
And Jamie, can
It
you
was
let Jamie Nicole, can you let us know if you chose 5 card or 7 card? Because I can't see it here.
It's not loading yet.
I can't.
Okay.
For some reason, my I don't know.
Good
My
night,
laptop.
Martika. I think Martika said good night.
Yeah, it was good night, Martika. Thanks again. Hope all the great messages. We all have love and amazing things. Yes, indeed. Everyone does. I hope you have a beautiful night, a restful night. Jamie,
Yes.
thank you so much. Nicole, let me know if you chose 7 or 5. And the same for you, Jamie. Let me know if you did 7 or 5. Just so I could keep track of it. Sorry, but my little thing is going a little nutso here. All right, so that was a great reading. I feel like that had a lot of messages. Again, I said if some of you did not even and you came to join, there is a message here for you. 7. Nicole did 7. Okay, Nicole, I got you for 7 cards, and then Jamie, whenever you're ready, just let us know. And we're gonna go on to our second person, which is Maribel. Bless you. She said I think she said 5. Okay, 5. Thank you so much, Nicole. And if you like this live so far, put a like. I see only one thumbs up. Like, please. It helps supports us and our channels.
Yeah.
And the algorithm interweb stuff.
Yes.
People 6 likes. So this is for Maribel. Maribel, let us know if you would like a general specifically or a question that you have in mind.
Because also, like, when people paid in the comments, they could write their question to you, right?
Yeah. They could write their
'Cause I
question,
think-
or if you feel more well, either way, we're on live, so it's out. But I think of it this way: your question may help someone else who has a similar question, and if it's in regards to themselves, she cash apped you too. Perfect.
Okay.
Awesome. Just let us know general. So Maribel wants a general love. All right. Perfect.
Okay.
Let's see what's going on.
Maribel, are you single or in?
I think she's single.
She's single. Okay.
To my knowledge, yes. Right, Maribel? You're single.
Oh wait, it's Maribel. So I'm like here thinking. Sorry, girl. Yes, I think Maribel is okay. Now I know. I was looking at the name and then I was like single and mingling. Yes.
Single and mingling. Hey. All right.
Okay.
So let's see. This is Thank you, whoever liked the live. If you're liking this live so far, please put a thumbs up. It helps the interwebs algorithms thingies.
Okay, girl, I'm about to go over there and knock on my roommate's door and tell him to get on the live.
Well, in general, like the likes and stuff is engagement and it helps. So that's why I tell everybody, like, if you are a fan of anybody on YouTube, like their shit, like click. It really helps. Just one click helps them out. It's a way of supporting. So let's see. This is for Maribel.
I think Maribel said something the potential of an Aries man or men.
She said, "Tell me about all my potential Aries men."
Yes, because earlier she said she keeps attracting Aries men.
Ooh,
or she
you
attracts
got some really in your face men. They don't know how to be less, but because my man, he got a person. I told him he didn't know it too. He's like, I'm like, you're extra. He's like, really? I'm like, you're extra. He is.
He's an Aries.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
he's extra. He's extra. Oh my god. I'm like, and my friends are like, I don't know how you deal with him. But he's hilarious. I gotta admit, he's fucking hilarious. He's the only guy that has made me laugh so many times. I will laugh I will laugh till I pee with this dude because he's crazy. And he don't know how silly he looks, and it's too funny.
Well, I think actually almost every Aries man I know was freaking hilarious, or they're so funny. So
Yeah,
that's
it's like
a
stupid funny because they don't see it. They're kind of bobo about it. They're like, huh? And you're just laughing your ass off. That's too funny. So let's see. This is for Maribel message. Hmm.
God, my eyes been itchy all day, giving me so many issues.
You have allergies?
That's what I thought. I was sick earlier in the week, and then my eyes keep like sometimes the sinuses will get affected too. So I thought about it. I was like, maybe I should take like allergy or sinus medication because my eyes are really bothering me after
Damn.
like recovering from having like a pretty bad cold.
All right. Thank you for the like, whoever liked. Thank you. I appreciate it. You got an interesting read here, Maribel. Is there a potential person? Because I see somebody, potential person you're talking to.
Yes.
We're being a little, your cards are being very blunt. All right. It is a person you're dealing with because I see it here in the cards. You're dealing. You know what? I'm gonna go first because they're saying stuff, and I'm like, all right, guides,
You
I'm gonna
ready?
tell her. So there's
Ooh.
clearly someone you're talking to. It's this person is either I feel like a earth sign or like a powerful like fire sign. I feel like they know what they want. They're a very ambitious person. Very
Look what I
ambitious.
got first.
It's hilarious.
The person like pulled this out.
Yeah, very ambitious person. They know what they want, or they aspire to do things. So it's either like because it's King of Pentacles, it could be also a fire sign. But
Yeah.
you see here also he has the little bulls here, like
Yeah.
that's how he holds life by the horn. I wanted to say that. So it looks like with this potential person, there may be some like it looks like it's going a little slower than you expected. I don't know why, but they're telling me you expected things to move along. Maybe you're expecting them to kind of pour out their love to you more or kind of like you guys get closer in some way, but there is some stagnance there. I feel like it's more based on your expectations of the of him and what you're expecting it to happen. I feel like you're expecting to be taken out or at least be courted or like him to ask you to go steady or something like that. I feel like you're expecting him to kind of pick up the pace
He says
and you're
yes, he's
just
moving
like,
very slow.
how are you moving slow? But this is it for you because you're kind of like, come on, buddy. Like either you're gonna do something or not. So I feel like this is you. You're the Queen of Swords here. You're like thinking ahead. You're like, okay, is this person long term good? Is he the type of person I could see myself doing things like this? And I think this is something you're kind of thinking critically because maybe you just don't want to repeat the same mistakes of the past, and I understand that. But also, kind of tone it down just a little bit. I feel like your guides want you to go with the flow more rather than just thinking about the next steps because then that can create anxiety and that could put expectations on your current. He says he's afraid and he's afraid of commitment. Oh,
I think she
has he
says that
told
she
you
thinks.
that or you
I think
think?
she says she thinks.
Okay. It could be a matter of this is probably I don't know how long you guys been talking for, but I feel like maybe this is where talking to him about it and kind of being upfront and saying, hey, I expect this. Kind of not waiting for him to bring it up because that's something that's clearly on your mind about it. So if this is like a person like you're wanting more of, I'm dating to see if this is, could be a potential long-term thing in general, then be upfront with him. And this will weed out all the worries and fears and doubts that you have and kind of lay that to rest. Because I do see here that you want the whole thing. You want the happiness, you want that happy ending with anyone, or not anyone, but I mean a particular person that you find of your standards. That was
Is
my
that your cat?
yeah. He has zoomies sometimes. I apologize if you hear that. He has zoomies. He does that sometimes. So I feel like this is what you're expecting, but just gauge him more and just ask him. And don't be like, listen, this is what no, just be like, look, I just want to speak to you because I want to be honest and transparent. I want to know where we're at because I'm looking for someone more long term, or at least potentially maybe there could be a long-term commitment or connection. I don't know how you want to word it. It's up to you. But I do see that you want this so badly. Like you want a happy end. You want someone to enjoy life with. And I'm hearing you also want someone you could travel with. Oh my God. We got the same cards. So this is your energy. Just I know this part of you because of the past. I'm hearing you guys are telling me this is from the past. You're being super like critical, but again, they want you to tone it down a bit. And they want you to go with the flow more. And maybe going with the flow may actually speed things up with this guy. I'm hearing that. So it may speed things up. Just go with the flow, engage, have fun. And I think when you have fun, you'll forget the time and then things may work out even better. And if it doesn't happen with this man, this will happen with the next. Go with the flow. Gauge it by how you see the connection, and don't think about specifically the future. Think about what it means now and if it could pass a month or two and then go from there. um I do also have the card strength. So this is something they're saying, like, I know you want this happy ending, but they want you to be strong. They know that it's gonna happen for you eventually, but try not to put all your, like, I feel like you hold a lot of emotion with new connections because you want that passion, you want that person, you want that. I don't know why, but I feel like you want a person to rip off the clothes. Is that the type of person you want? You want some passionate person that rip your clothes off and like be like, I want you. That sounds spicy. Oh my god. Hold on. But I'm saying you want someone to love you ferociously, make you feel loved. And that will happen, but you just got to be patient. And I feel like they're saying go with the flow more. Just don't expect too much in terms of like husband. Like you want someone to scoop you up within a month and say, I'm going to marry you. That's a little red flaggish. Don't do that. But you want someone to meet you halfway. So if he's too slow for you, let him know, andale, andale, sir. This is what we're doing here, and then this will help. We have a lot of chemistry and attraction. Okay, so again, be transparent with him. Ask him where it's going, because some dudes, unfortunately, they don't know. They don't know what you're thinking. I promise you that they're not that. They don't know
Smart.
what you're thinking. None, none. When it comes to understanding women and what they're thinking and emotional cues and social cues, they're not that great at it. I blame it on society training men to not be in their emotions and understand
Yeah.
their emotions. I blame that. I blame it on society's how they're making men, oh, don't feel things. If they felt stuff, they will be able to connect with a woman's feelings more. I promise you that, if they were more in tune with their own emotions. So, you know, this is where you kind of have to uh, connect and be honest and speak out. It says here also, you got the love. I can't say this. Codependency and boundaries.
Ah,
So remember your boundaries in regards to relationships. I'm hearing that also he may have boundaries. So this is something, again, you got to see and feel each other out. Maybe he doesn't want to speak about marriage or whatever because maybe he had a bad experience. Or maybe for him, he likes you so much, so he doesn't want to rush it and mess up. You don't know. So this is where talking to him and being a little more honest and having an honest conversation about how you feel, it may open a door for him to speak. So I'm hearing that. I'm just saying, talk to him to gauge it out. The last card you have here is the Seas of Mintana.
Ah.
Very pretty, right? It says here, seeing potential, bringing unconsciousness to light. So I don't know. I feel like there may be a talk you have to have with him. I think maybe he's not laying all the cards on the table because again, he's unsure. Maybe he's unsure of you. Who the hell knows? So I think when you do speak to him and ask for more transparency and just kind of gauge it, not in a harsh Queen of Swords way, come in a way that's more inviting and say, hey, I just really want to talk to you and just see where you're at. And in the tone, make sure the tone is not intimidating because guys will close the fuck up. They already been trained by society to not express themselves. So you want to give them a place where he feels need. Oh, okay, perfect. This is the sign. So she says here,
Yeah.
to
I was
she
able.
talk to him and go with the flow. I've been thinking of having this talk and have been going back and forth on should I do it and should I not. There you go. You got your answer. Talk to him. It's gonna alleviate a lot of pressure on you and the worries and like, oh my God, is he interested? Is he not? We don't need to suffer no more. Let's just be upfront, and I think it will help you a lot. So I'm glad I answered your question with the cards. Yay!
Yay! Yeah, just like Luna, I got similar. I got like a similar message too. You know, and similar cards. You know, like the first one, like it's funny that you're saying, oh, I get like this air. I get this fire, like an earth sign. And mine was the Emperor, which the Emperor represents an Aries. And,
Yeah.
and you're here like trying to attract an Aries man, or you're attracted to Aries men. But maybe it's because that fire is a spark to you. You need that. How she was also saying earlier, that passion or that fire. Like he definitely has it in him. But as well, the Emperor, I can see how, like, in his life right now, also he's trying to build his empire, his life, trying to get all these things and cultivate them together. So I can see how certain love conversations could maybe be a little bit scary, or like, because they're adding to this life that he's trying to create for himself, and trying to validate the things that he's trying to create. But the good thing about the Emperor is that it is a very mature man who understands, like, his core values, his traditions, what he's trying to build. So I do think that deep down he does want a relationship and overall kind of have this happy life, and have everything together. Um because here he has the world card, which the world card, I think, is showing that, like, he's in a phase right now in his life that, like, a lot of things he's working on them, or they're starting to come full circle. Maybe he's going through like spiritual awakenings or self revelations that he's trying to work on himself. So certain things could be very tough because they're like in your face. So like if you come at his face, that's very intense for him. So I think it is important to, like, be patient, or how you maneuver him, or how you talk to him, or how you present yourself to him. Because as the world says, he's working on every area of his life. That includes his love life. His love life, he would like to have a partner. I believe that he would, like to have somebody. And for sure, I can see that he does think you're special. You have the star card, which he definitely represents, thinking that, you're very unique. Maybe you're very different than other girls he's dated. Maybe a part of him, because there are men who like this, like sassy, bossy women, but they don't want to say it. But sometimes when shit is too real in your face, that's when they go, "Oh shit, wait a minute," and they take a step back. So I think it's like how you have to find that secret sauce and build the right recipe to make it happen. And it's interesting that here you have the Knight of Coins, which, while Luna was talking about it, I was thinking, yeah, your Knight of Coins almost gives that idea of, like, not taking it slow, but this is the energy of a Virgo, and a Virgo will analyze every possible outcome and go with the one that seems to give you the best results. And I think that's what it's trying to tell you, in a sense, like, or what we're trying to tell you together, I do think that it would be great to talk to him and have this conversation, but find that secret little sauce recipe that can help you like still be yourself, be that very unique, sassy woman you are, and but that he knows that you're serious and that your feelings as well are being compromised, not just him, like, okay, I understand you got hurt in the past, but you need to be vulnerable to open up to me because if not, we're creating this cycle in society that then you hurt a girl, then a girl is hurt by a man, so she says fuck all guys, and some nice boy comes to her, she treats him like shit, so then and it's just like a repeated cycle, and someone needs to stop it. So I think, as well on your part, you're also being hurt, or like your feelings are getting hurt if we're not being, mature to have these conversations, and emotionally mature to say, okay, you know what? We need to talk about this because it's important. And I do think it's important. It makes more sense why you had this card here. And as Luna was saying that, like the conversation, or you thinking about the conversation, because here you have the Eight of Cups. And the Eight of Cups, you see how this man's like walking away from all these cups. This one to me is more like that happens when someone is really frustrated and over it, and they want to walk away from something because they feel like they've done everything. But this card is almost like a warning telling you you're about to turn your back on something that could possibly be really good. Are you sure you're not doing this out of ego or frustration? Like, take a moment to breathe, take some time to yourself, evaluate everything, and really ask yourself, is this person really worth the fight, or having these conversations? Like, or am I just doing this because right now I'm not getting it exactly the way I want it to? Or I think it relates to the speed of things. You're saying he's moving too slow. Like, I know you're ready to go, but based on like his past, maybe that's what's making him kind of be a little bit slow. But as well, like, there's a lot of things that he's trying to work on his life. So each one needs its time and priority, and kind of like a little bit of TLC. Which, in turn, I think if you do this and you take your time to really like think about all the ways you could approach him and have a good conversation with him and be able to move forward, because here you have the Ten of Cups, like, yeah, like Luna got the Ten of Cups as well, that we know, and the universe knows that this is what you want, like overall happiness and joy and fulfillment. You can see the like the couple and the children, maybe that's how you want to see your future with him. And the card coming up, twice shows that the potential's there, like you could definitely have this, but it's about that conversation or the work, or being mature enough from both ends to approach this in the right way to really help you be on the right place with this, with the Aries, with this particular man. So you do have the Ten of Cups, and next to that one as your last card is the Six of Swords, which the Six of Swords, I think it confirms everything you guys were saying too, that like, if right now you're almost like in this chaotic ocean of emotions, but the conversation and having this phase in your life with him of the relationship, it'll take you to a much more smoother sail to like a new journey into the relationship. That like here you can see the water's more calm. The universe is kind of like representing that. This is you, is trying to take you into like this different route and this different path. So at the same time, I think you need to trust the process. I'm not sure if that's something you said, or if you said, Luna, like to trust him or like his
Yeah.
patience, but
Go
there's
with
a
the
sense of
flow
like,
and see where it takes you with him.
yeah,
It
just
may
trust
work out better than
than you expected, maybe,
yeah.
like maybe like trusting the process and the journey is really important, because I think as well the universe is trying to take particular path to maybe help you, teach you something about maybe like communication and relationships, or not fearing that, or feeling like you can feel confident enough to like be vulnerable to like just open up and have a conversation that is, again, a good mixture of like your sass, but being patient and open to understand him as to why he's not going at the same miles that you are, but that you understand why, but you want to make sure that, we're both on the same wavelength. Like, what do we ultimately want? And if that's what you want and that's what I want, then great. Let's just work on it to get there at the right pace that we can do this. So, yeah, we got very similar. The cards are definitely telling you. I think the conversation would help you a lot. Just find like the right time, and be patient with yourself as to how are you going to like speak your truth, because in a sense it's you speaking your truth that is being heard and not like taken into like, oh, this girl's just bossing me around again, like.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you're bossing. But hopefully
No.
I feel like this person will take your words. I'm so impatient, so I can see how this is a way for me to learn to go with the flow and trust the process. Yeah, I gotta admit, sometimes it's hard, but
Yeah.
if the person treats you right, makes you feel good, and they may have some things like they're a little slow, we could work around that. I don't think that's a deal breaker, Maribel. If they're just a slow person, maybe you're the right person to keep them steady. Like, Vamonos, let's go. Yeah.
Yay!
Like I said, we wish you all the best, and I have a feeling that he will take your words into consideration. He's gonna really think about it. It looks like he really does care, so it's not
Yeah.
like he doesn't.
If he didn't, or if he was doing something else, or if he didn't like you, the cards would show that. The cards would definitely be like, he's a liar, he's a
Mhm.
cheat. I heard it, kitty. Look, the kitty said too. Hi.
He wants to be on. He's like, leave me alone, lady. He's been wanting me to pet him, so not right now.
Ah, a little bit of attention whore. I like
Yes,
it.
he is. He's
Oh my
attention.
god, like our kitty is over here, hon. She's sleeping on this warm blanket that we got
Aw.
her.
Yeah, gray cats are vocal as hell, so you may hear him speak. What?
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting.
He's vocal. He's a vocal kitty. Okay, so I'm so glad that helped you. That makes me happy. That exactly what you needed to hear. So the next person we have is Ella. I don't know why I want to say Ella.
Me too.
Under my umbrella. Ella, Ella. Damn, that song will be in my head all night. All right, it's the old song, Rihanna. I feel like sometimes I have to say things because some of the audience members that I have, like people in the live, they're young and they're like, "Huda wada," and I'm like, "Hold on."
Oh my gosh, we asked my little cousin, she's 10, and we were showing her here in my house, we are showing some music videos with her older sister. That's
Mhm.
like, she's 19, she's 18, 19. And we were talking to her and we were showing her. We asked her, we played a song, we played a song by Beyonce, and she apparently didn't know what Beyonce looked like. I'm not sure why. But then
Mhm.
we play a video of Destiny's Child, and she didn't know what Destiny's Child was. Like, she had no idea. She thought Beyonce
Uh,
just grew out of a garden. Beyonce just came out of nowhere. Like, Beyonce's Beyonce. We're like, no, Beyonce came from a group of girls, like a girl group called Destiny's Child. And then we were explaining to her the whole dynamic of a girl group that at one point one of them might go solo. So we're watching it, and then she goes, "Oh, so is that one Rihanna?" And we're like, "Girl," we're like, "No,
I
what?"
know
Like, the
my
kitty
cat
said,
is my cat is talking shit too. He's like, "What? This 10-year-old doesn't know who the hell fucking Rihanna is."
oh my god, we're like, no, we're like, that's not how it works. We're like, not all of the top divas were part of one group, and now they're all solo. I was like, that's not how it works.
Damn! Wow.
Oh my god, it was so weird.
Like when you explain, like for me, like I still listen to movies. I'm not movies, songs from like 2000s and the 90s,
Yeah, me
and
too.
then I'm like jamming, and they're like, "What's that?" And I'm just like, "Oh snap!
Like
It's
the
getting
students are like,
there.
oh
Things are
yeah.
becoming 20, 30 years old." And yeah, even the movies. I'm like, "What's that movie?" I'm like, "Don't come near me."
Oh my god, yes. Somebody had told me that they didn't know what was the Heathers, like Heathers, and then they didn't. And then somebody else told me that they didn't even know what Mean Girls was. My friend works at a Starbucks, and like there was these tweens, and they were like, "What is Mean Girls?" And we're like, "Are you fucking serious?" And we're like, "No, that's impossible. It's not that old. It is not that old."
My child will know the classics. My child will know. And the music too, because that's where the good. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say this: the music now. It's just, I'm gonna be honest. Some of the songs are really good, and then a good portion is just, So that's why I be listening to music from like the 2000s, because the 2000s were good too, and then the 90s and the 80s. I love 80s music. My 16-year-old loves 80s music. He labels his the 80s oldies. Oh no.
No, he didn't.
But you know what? At least he has a playlist of the 80s.
Yeah,
You
you know
did a
what?
good job. You did a good job. He knows good music. Okay. So
Oh
at
my god!
least
So then, when my cousin, we realized that she didn't know who these were. Then we started going, "Do you know who Michael Jackson is? Do you know who Britney Spears is?" And we're asking her. We started bombarding her.
No, they don't know, because that's the 2000s.
Oh my god!
That was beyond their time.
I can't. That's so weird.
Well, that means we got good taste in stuff, because the movies now are not that bad, but there's some that the reboots are terrible.
Oh, I
Total
don't like the reboot.
Recall, terrible. Total Recall, what is that? Okay. What also the Batman's terrible. What was the one with what's his name? What's his name? Robert Pattinson. What is
Oh,
that?
that was What's it
What
called?
was
Batman.
that? And then the dun, like the music, and I'm like, what
Oh
the
yeah,
fuck
it
is?
had that weird sound. It's like, duh, and it was like this
I
weird.
liked the song, but I didn't understand the point of that movie. And
Yeah.
then like he was just had this like I'm just like, what the fuck am I watching? Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I loved all the different Batmans before. I loved when what's his name? George Clooney was Batman. Hot. What was with Val Kilmer? Fucking hot. That man was beautiful. The Saint.
Yeah.
The Saint. The Saint. I don't know about him now, but the Saint, oh my god, he was gorgeous. When he had all the different disguises, I was
Yeah.
just like, you're so beautiful. The one of the most beautiful men. Brendan Fraser in The Mummy,
Oh yeah.
scrumptious, scrumptious. And
The other day
also,
we were watching George of the Jungle, and we're like, we're watching George of the Jungle. I was like, girl, now we know why this woman went back to the jungle to go live with this man.
mhm. Yeah, Bruce Willis was too back then. Yes, he was.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I loved him in The Fifth Element.
Oh my god, yes.
Like luscious, luscious. Oh my god, Brad Pitt, luscious. Um, what's his name? Johnny Depp. Oof, luscious. I loved him in Chocolat. Watch the movie Chocolat. Oh,
I remember seeing it when I was younger because I was like, what the hell is going on here?
he looks hot. The hair, that's just the right length for him. I was like, I'm melting. Take me.
Johnny was always one of my favorite like heartthrobs. Like always. Oh, that
Watch
every level
Chocolat.
face.
You
Yeah.
want him. Chocolat is I think he looked the prettiest in that ever, like one of his movies. I'm sorry, the Willy Wonka shit was fucking weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Willy Wonka.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I know you're talking
The
about.
teeth. I was just, what am I looking at?
I think I would rather have him as Edward Scissorhands than like
Oh,
Willy
he's
Wonka.
hot. He's hot. Oh my god. Edward Scissorhands and Chocolat. If you never seen him in that movie, please do. And if you want to watch him in Freddy Krueger, he's in the first one.
Oh
He's
my
hot
god, I
too.
loved him in Freddy Krueger as like a younger like.
Hot. Oh my god. I remember. Anyone else in the hot list for Valentine's Day? In Sleepy Hollow, yes. You're right. You're right. You know what you're talking about, Maribel. Hot. Any other hot? He was beautiful. And then let's see. Oh, I loved. Okay, hear me out. Antonio Banderas in was it Once Upon a Time in Mexico?
Oh my god, yes, I love that movie.
Oh my god, with the long hair and he was singing the guitar. I was like, hold me back, because I want. And oh my god, and in Zorro.
Yes, I love him in Zorro too.
Beautiful. I loved him in that movie with Once Upon a Time. Or is it
Me
Once Upon a
too.
Time in Mexico? Or was
Yeah.
it Desperado?
It was Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
Yes. It's a Quentin
Because Johnny Depp
Tarantino
was actually
movie.
in that movie too.
Which one?
Johnny Depp was in that movie too, Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
Yeah.
Remember that they take it like his eyes?
I remember. But I'm just saying, Antonio Banderas. Oh my God, beautiful. I love the way he sings. He actually knows how to sing. That was just like, oh my God, you're so hot, and you know how to sing. Yeah, I would say John Travolta, but I would say in his younger years, Saturday Night Fever. Oh, I loved him in the second movie. What was it? Saturday Night Fever. What's the next one? He was hot in that one.
Oh, pirate. Yes.
Pirates of the Caribbean. He was too drunk for me. I couldn't. His personality, the personality over fear. He was hot, but I was just like, you too drunk. You know who's hot? Who I had a thing for, and since I was a little girl, I know what's going on with me. But still, hear me out. Hear me out. Sylvester Stallone. He was hot in
No, he
Rocky
definitely was hot with like
and Tango and Cash with Kurt Russell.
yeah.
He was like, I'm not gonna lie, he was in his younger years in the 80s in his prime. Beautiful, beautiful man. He knew how to dress too, had style. Beautiful. I remember him in a suit, and I was just like, as a little girl in the 90s, I was a little girl, and I had a crush on him. It was so
very
hot.
Jersey of you.
You loved him in Rocky. Mark Wahlberg, Leonardo DiCaprio. Yes, yes, yes. I loved him in Rocky. Loved him in Rocky. He was so good. He makes the best movies. Like, he actually has really, like, he
He has
directs really
good
good
movies.
movies. Like, he's talented, I would say. And also he does art. What? Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah.
I knew I had good taste since I was a little girl, because I really had a crush on. He does art and he directs movies and he wrote Rocky. Like, the guy is a genius. You would never thunk it. He looks too hot, but that doesn't mean he can't be intelligent. He's very smart.
Yes.
But yeah, let me hop off the train. Who's your heartthrob, sister, when you were younger? Who's your heartthrobs?
It probably was Johnny Depp 100%. Like at every stage of my ages, like like because he also
Pretty
had all
much,
his
yeah.
stages of
Mhm.
like,
Yeah.
getting
He never stopped being hot. Even now, I'll still jump his bones.
yeah. And Brad Pitt too, because I feel like Brad Pitt looked really good in like every single stage.
Beautiful. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then I also really love oh my gosh, what's his name? My favorite people always tell me they think it's so weird. They think that I love this man. Um Jeff Goldblum. The guy from Jurassic Park with like the black shirt and it's all opened up. He did
Oh
like the
wait,
sign.
is he in The Fly?
Yes,
He's
him.
hot. He's hot.
He's
I had a
hot.
crush on
He's
him
like
too.
my favorite, favorite,
I think
favorite,
he's
favorite.
really sexy. I don't know
Yeah,
about
even now as
you.
like an older man, like he's just so like well styled and
He's
cultured and
beautiful.
yeah.
I think he was also in an alien movie. I forgot the name. Men Are From Mars? Is that it? No? Or there was a movie he was in and he was like an alien or something. Do you remember the show Booker? He was fine too. I think his name is Richard
Greco.
Greco. Hmm.
Yeah, he
He
almost
was
looks like
hot.
Sylvester Stallone.
Let me see. Let me look this up. I'm sorry. I have to really, because I probably know who you're talking about. I just don't remember the name. Richard. Okay. Richard. Hold on.
Okay, Nicole wants to know where she's actually on the list of tearings because she has to put her baby down to sleep to put him in bed. But yes, actually, we're gonna do Ella now. We totally got sidetracked. So sorry.
Sorry. We're talking about who we have the hots for. Ooh, he's cute.
So Ella's next, and then who's after Ella's and Nicole? Because she wants to know, like,
It's yeah. Well, yes. You're exactly right. Ella and then Nicole.
okay, so we'll get started. And we'll get started with Ella's reading.
Yes. And what did Ella mention? 7 cards.
Good night, Maribel.
Good night. Have a beautiful rest. Okay.
Marlene, is it too late? I just saw the info. Marlene wants to sign up?
Let's see. We have after Ella, we have 3. So it's up to you.
I'm down to do Marlene. To add Marlene as our.
All right, perfect. Well, one thing is if you can't be exactly on, I will timestamp your reading and your name. I'll put it in the comments below. So don't worry if you're not exactly here. Someone else mentioned that to me that they want to pay but get their reading done, and that I'm gonna do the same thing for them. So I'm gonna timestamp everybody on the live that had a reading. I'm gonna timestamp your name and where your reading's at. So do not worry if you can't necessarily make it on time. As long as you give us if you want general or specific question, and we'll do that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you want to start or do you want me to start?
I'm taking out my cards now.
Okay.
So if you have yours out, you can start.
All right. So, Ella, I have here your cards. And the first card that popped up was the Emperor. So, when I was pulling this card out, I heard control. So, I feel like you guys battle for control a lot. Who who's like the one in control, who has the upper hand, or who's right? I'm hearing like who's right. No, I'm right. No, I'm right. No, I'm right. I feel like both of you have valid points, but I feel like there is a disconnect in terms of communication. So this is probably what's happening with the Emperor card. For me, that means control. Like, you guys want more control in the relationship, and you have to start kind of doing it together as a team instead of just one person's right and one person's wrong. So instead of approaching it of who's right, who's wrong, I'm hearing from your guides, you got to scrape that, remove that from your mind, and start thinking of it as a partnership. And I also see that this is the King of Swords. This is his energy. This could be that he's an air sign or he tends to think a lot. He thinks in his brain. He may not vocalize it as much as he would like to you, but he is thinking a lot. So it's kind of like you're thinking about it, but he's also thinking about the issues in your connection and your communication. So I do think there is some bumps in the road in terms of control. I feel like there's more of a battle of control in the relationship. And instead of thinking or looking at it that way, it's just trying to kind of meet eye to eye and just kind of talk, and lay things out on the table, how you feel. I do feel like there is some things both of you are doing to contribute to it, but I think it's because both of you have strong personalities. And that's one thing, like dating, like if you're I'm a fire sign, my man's a fire sign, we have that issue. I promise you that. We have that issue where it's like we're both very strong individuals and personalities, and it's hard to see eye to eye. So this is where you kind of have to remove who's right and who's wrong, even though maybe they may have done more to be wrong and you know you're right, and kind of just see them as they are and see where they're at, what's going on with them emotionally, because there's a lot on his mind. A lot. So he's thinking. Now I see here also the chariot. This tells me that a lot of it, I feel like you guys are too fast to uh get into like arguments. So this is something that is just like very quick to get into arguments. I feel like it's more pent up at frustration that maybe both of you are encountering. This could be more of what's going on in work or other things. This could also be you and just pent up frustration from what you've been feeling for some time, resentment. I'm hearing the word resentment or things that you've been feeling for some time. I don't know if you vocalized this to your person and he's not hearing you, but this is where you guys have to kind of talk, like a real legitimate talk. Um, and maybe, I don't know why I'm hearing this, but maybe create a system of communication. So that means if this person's triggered, angry and upset, oh, they just gave me a message. Find out your triggers. I feel like you guys are triggering each other and you're not realizing it. So people get triggers. They get triggers and they get upset. Maybe you do something that makes them feel invalidated. Maybe he feels, for example, I don't know why they tell me to tell you this, but maybe he feels like he's not respected. And maybe you feel the same way. Maybe he does something that makes you feel not respected. And then again, it kind of falls back on these pent up emotions, and the same way for you. So this is where you guys gotta like kind of know your triggers and what's really bothering you. So you gotta really look within. And I think because you guys are so quick to argue, it's kind of hurting your foundation with the Four of Wands. The Four of Wands usually means celebration, coming together, but it also means foundations, the foundations you make in terms of life. So I feel like you guys have to start working together to create new foundations of communication in your relationship. Because I think maybe the foundation you started on wasn't so solid. um, I don't know if some of you just kept your emotions to yourself and you never said anything, and then over time it built up, and now you're just like cats and dogs fighting. So this is where you got to be really honest about how you feel and not uh, hold on to emotions and let it build up, and then you guys blow up. So this is where you got to start talking about, hey, this bothers me when you do this. I feel this way. Maybe instead of doing this, let's do this instead. Start creating like a team, like do things that help him feel validated, and again the same with you. So I feel like it's on both ends, and maybe you're doing things you're not aware of and he's also doing things he's not aware of. Again, like I mentioned, I don't know who was it. I remember someone, I said with someone in another reading on this live, that some people are not aware of what they're doing. You got to speak up a little more, or they're not aware of how they're reacting and how they're saying things in a condescending tone, because tone matters. I don't know why I'm saying this, but maybe
Yeah.
his tone towards you don't like, or your tone towards him, maybe that creates a certain trigger in him. I don't know, but I feel like you guys have triggers for each other, and you got to be a little more perceptive in how you're reacting. What's causing it all the time? What is it? Find the root cause and then address it with each other. And then as I was shuffling, these two cards like spit out in the air. I have here the High Priestess. So I feel like a part of you knows that if you cannot work this out, this may be a goodbye. I'm going to be honest with you. So I feel like you're kind of coming to a point where, is this working? But I do think it can if and only if both of you work together. And that may require not trying to be right and trying to come together as a unit and try to validate each other. Start the scrape clean and start working together. And that means both of you putting effort for each other. So there may be things that he feels that he does not feel validated in, or whatever it is, and the same with you. So if you guys meet each other halfway and support each other and do the things to help each other feel validated in the relationship, it can come out strong. You guys can come out stronger. But if it continues, I do feel like a party feels like this is either all or nothing. Like this may work, this may not. And then right here, it says here the Ace of Wands. You guys may need to spice up your life more, stop being so serious, and kind of do some fun things together. So you got to be creative. I feel like you're at a peak in your relationship where you have to start thinking and evolving together. And either you evolve together or you drift apart. And this is where you have to start being creative and learning ways to speak and communicate, kind of do different things. Really try, not just say things, like actually support it with actions. And I do think this will make it, but again, it has to be a mutual support. That's honestly how it really works with most relationships. It's work. It really is work. It's a lot of work. So that's what I'm feeling in terms of your relationship. One last card I have here is "You're Not for Everyone." It's a really pretty card here, and it says here, "Embrace your weirdness, face your true north." So again, this is where you have to start really embracing who you are and what's happening. I personally feel like both of you are at a point where you need to evolve emotionally with each other. Like you evolve in terms of your emotions and feelings, and maybe do things in a healthier way, in him as well. I feel like you're at that point, both of you. So I think you're at a point evolving as people, but then again, you have to also evolve as a relationship. So that's something that you have to really look within and see, does this align with you? Is this, or should I talk to a different way, try different ways? And again, I honestly feel if this is something that's reoccurring for time and time again, and you're trying and there's no input, then maybe you have to walk away. And it's okay to do that. And I don't think it's wrong to do that. I think you have to take care of your mental health too. And if your both of your mental health are deteriorating because of it, again, look at it as a person, do you really think it's cohesive, or do you think you can work it out and try a different way? So these are like, this is what I'm getting for you. I hope you take these words with a lot of love. I'm saying it with a lot of love because I want you to have the best relationship ever and be with the person that you truly deserve. Okay, so that's what I'm getting with this reading. I hope these messages resonate with you.
Awesome. I got actually something similar, like a little bit similar to the idea too. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, where your card hit the intuition card, with the high priestess, that maybe a part of you says, is this really over or not? Or like deep down, a part of you is saying that. I think maybe that's also definitely coming from I have here the Eight of Cups, where I feel like that's a more of an emotional thing, where like your frustration and you being over situation, or it's in the moment where he's like triggering you and like poking, 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 and then you're like, I'm about to walk out this bitch. You're like, I'm about to walk out, take everything, and you're screwed, and that is very like, the Eight of Cups, the fact that all these are standing and there's a lot of them, it shows all these cups are full. So there's certain good aspects to this relationship as well that don't really need that kind of effort or energy. Like I as well don't really. I can see how there's these downs in the relationship, but I don't see it as like this is the end, or like for you to like just give it up, or just like leave them. It's almost like they do seem to give you that energy that like I think the two of you are just not properly like connecting or on the same wavelength, especially communicating it properly. So that's why there's this chaos of things. But your Eight of Cups shows that there's a lot of really good there. And you guys have that very strong. It's funny that we keep getting that masculine card. This time you got the Emperor and I got the King of Coins. You see the the energy is there. Like there's this strong. There is definitely this really strong energy that the two of you are like, no, I'm in charge. Like you have many definitely values and skills as to why I definitely know you're the boss of the house. but as well him as a man and his identity, especially if he's Cuban, they grew up with thinking I have to be the man of the house or I have to be in control of it. And when there's a woman that's maybe more successful, it's almost like to him maybe internally he's like, then what am I doing? Because the hermit, I can see how he is, similar to what you said that he's his that air card, the swords. I think you saw that
It's
he's
a lot.
processing. The hermit is definitely internally like there's a lot of like I think he's thinking a lot about. He definitely sees the fight. He's not dumb. He sees that you guys are fighting like cats and dogs. But to him, it's almost like, yeah, maybe more like it's hitting him internally and like as a person and just like processing everything through. Like, damn, like, are we really getting this bad? Or like, he's not dumb. I think he's just not expressing himself as like a man. Like as a person, like emotionally. It doesn't mean if you're a man or a woman. Like to be able to express your feelings, right? To say, you know what, my feelings are hurt too, or like, I feel inadequate and you're just like this badass bitch and I don't know what to do sometimes. Or like, you have me on a leash and I just don't know what to do sometimes,
Yeah.
Like, he knows maybe that like without you he ain't shit, but that's why there's a lot of things he needs to internally like think about and process. And the hermit as well could talk to you, saying that like, take your time with yourself and be easy on yourself and the situation. I know there's a lot of frustration in that it's kind of doing that. But I will say too that energy, do you guys consider just with the sex like pushing it out? Because the devil to me sometimes it shows that the relationship is off balance, but maybe the one thing that is maybe holding the glue together could be that there's like a sexual frustration, or that maybe the sex is the thing that will like there needs to be a sense of passion. And that's like it almost hit me too, like what you were saying, like maybe being creative or them going out or maybe going on a date or having mom and dad out, leave your son with your
Do
brother,
things
they're
together. We don't know what things, but that's up to you guys. Be creative.
yeah, I maybe if anything, the frustration has also got into like the sexual, the passion, the sex, the chemistry, and it's hard for you to see it there, Like I think at this point your vision of him is like, him maybe too. He's just like this bitch. So like it needs to be like I think it needs to be released. The devil to me definitely is. The relationship maybe isn't on. They're also kind of like restricted and chained. But the chains aren't super tight. You could release yourself from these chains, but the devil also represents putting in the work to release yourself from the chains. It represents the energy of a Capricorn, where Capricorns understand that we could get these really great things or reach these goals we want, but it does take time and work and patience to get there. So I think that's what it's showing in the relationship, in a sense that like, no, it's not ruined, or is there another woman involved, or does he want to get a divorce? Like I think it's just that they internally are taking a lot of their emotional, like they're, yeah, the hermit, it just shows that they're thinking a lot about things. Because then as well, you have this really good love card, the lovers. The lovers, I think, could show that, like, I think it's good to show that, like, it's almost to me like before and after. That, like, this is where you guys are at right now. And, it happens. Those are marriages, relationships, places we get there, but if you put in the hard work and time, or, put the time to communicate, try to start up the spark again, here you have your lovers, where you get back to like your flow, your garden, cultivate the love, the energy, and come back to balance, and be back to like a better flow and energy of things. um and I think as well, with that said, I as well got the Four of Wands, actually. And the Four of Wands, I do think as well, it actually came out as well next to your devil, where like, because there's an off balance, it's almost like the foundation is like a little bit cracked, but it doesn't mean that you can't put a little bit more cement on it, or like smooth things out. So you can come back to having a really happy home and being back like on a peaceful plane with your partner, as long as you put the work in, like from the two of you. I mean, not saying that you're doing something wrong or like they're doing something wrong. I think the two of you are not expressing it or taking the time to really like properly, like, I think there's a lot of feelings being withheld from each end, and maybe when you guys are fighting, it's not the right communication that we're getting out of things. But the 401s does represent a happy home and being on a good foundation and like having this luscious wreath of like there's a lot of prosperity and like a lot of growth that can happen here. And you're definitely on the right page for these things to happen. Like I think as well, like Luna's reading is that like, yeah, maybe parts of you say, should I leave him or is this the end? But I think maybe it's the end of a cycle that maybe like how do we try to be better partners to each other, because right now we're triggering each other. Like like I think the whole dominance, I think part of him not feeling man enough, like he's internally withholding a lot of things that obviously are not healthy, and it's making him bottle up. I don't
Right.
think as well, like, you know um again, the cards would tell us if there's another person involved, or if they want to leave you, or if they're
Yeah.
thinking about that. But I don't see that really. I feel like if anything, the leaving part is more from you. If you're like, I'm fed up with this shit,
Mm,
I'm about to leave. I think that's more from you, but that's more like your deep internal feelings that feel like are being pushed out and not seen and heard. It's what's
yeah.
making you kind of cause that pressure. Like the soda, it's gonna pop because it keeps getting shaken, chicken up. But yeah, you have really good cards to show that your relationship can get back to the lovers kind of momentum and flow and energy. It's just about, I think there's definitely a fight of dominance here. Or like the dominance level has gotten really high up. There's a lot of
Yeah.
strong masculine dominance
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah. Hopefully, like I said, I hope hopefully you guys work it out and it calms down. But definitely that's also an issue a lot of couples face. It's like this weird like disrespect, but it's based on like roles.
Yeah.
It's kind of, it sucks because where we like, I will say this, where we are in terms of as a society and where collectively we're all emotionally going towards, it does not match the 1950s. Let's just be honest. The whole wife, stay at home wife, and the husband provider, that's not our current reality now. So when people bring that type of mentality to a relationship, it's not realistic to what's happening now. Right now, women are working, women are need jobs. We've progressed so much as a society. So sometimes that old traditional viewpoint in certain aspects, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
How are you expecting me to be a stay-at-home wife? Like the economy and then just how everything is. I want my own life. So I think in general there is a lack of evolution in certain people and in the thought process of a actual relationship. So hopefully, people start realizing there's a new reality that relationships are different and that it's more of a partnership rather than just one person leading. We can both
Yeah.
lead. So hopefully you guys find that common ground and give each other a little space, I say. If you're fighting like cats and dogs, my recommendation, I'll give yourselves a little break from each other and just like cool down and really just remember why you're with each other, and that kind of helps you, kind of snaps you out of the resentment of that whatever you guys are holding on to, and it'll make you miss each other. It's
Yeah.
nice. It's nice to have some time apart to miss each other. It reminds the person, oh, I really love this and that. Because when you think about, the annoyances, and everyone gets annoyed, but give yourself a little break, meaning like maybe a weekend to yourself or whatever you can do. But I think it will help cool down a bit for both of you. So I hope that message helps you. And let me just cross that out. And
Yeah.
next
I think
is
you said it perfectly.
Nicole.
No, I think you said it perfectly well at the end. The whole like the masculinity, society, we
Yeah,
taught to have a certain role, and women too. But
mhm,
we've developed to get the fuck out of there because of us getting freedom and for
exactly.
women of color, freedom for all women, freedom for transgender women. We're like, okay, then we're stepping it up, and so these men are just so cozy in their little corners that they're just like, oh shit, like we
You know
need,
what it is? They gotta
yeah,
learn to push their minds
mhm,
past what they've been told. Because
yeah,
we pushed that us women in general push
Yeah.
past that to evolve ourselves, and men have to do the same thing. So
Yeah.
you know, some men are educating themselves, which is beautiful. We just need some more evolution. I feel like we
Yeah.
can, you know,
Absolutely. You know,
open-minded people.
yeah, you know, like, yeah, I understand that, like, it kind of seems like the overall maybe like theme to this is like the masculinity is kind of like almost what's getting in the way, the masculine ego
Mhm.
to kind of like is having trouble with like your successful woman story. But you know, that's something maybe he could see it differently, to celebrate my woman, you know, like that would be nice,
Yeah.
you know.
AKA the patriarchy sucks.
Yeah. Period.
Let's just call it what it is, you know? All right. So Nicole said, she said general and love. I'm going to go
General love.
to
Okay.
the bathroom.
Okay.
And hers
Listening.
is a 7 card, right? Nicole, yours is 7. And just quickly run to the bathroom. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Nicole said 7 and you wanted a general love card. So a general love reading. And let's see. Nicole, are you actually single or in a relationship, or what is your situation in love? I don't really remember. I think we've read before, but not saying that you guys all have the same basic name. Yes, when I see all these days, I get a lot of clients, or I work with a lot of people that y'all almost have y'all. I get a lot of like, you know, Marys and Nicoles. I think there's one that's I get a lot of Lucille too, and so sometimes that's like early with Maribel. It's like, okay, Maribel, but then when she was saying something about Aries man, that's what clicked with me, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, I know who Maribel is. Oh, you're kitty.
Yeah, I'm giving him treats to calm him down. Here you go. Okay.
Okay. Single for the most part. LOL. I was asking Nicole if she was single.
All right. Sorry for yawning, guys. This is 7 cards. Oh.
Hey, Nicole, you have some really good cards. Wow, all the cards telling people to go find fire signs. There's a
Fire
quote.
signs is where
Fire
it's at.
for Aries in particular. I have like an Aries men kind of energy, so I'm just like, I do think this year actually could be a good year for love for Aries signs. For the fire signs, it's been looking pretty good for some Aries I've seen. There's a couple of changes there, so maybe this is why the cards are showing a lot of Aries men. These Aries men are gonna get cuffed this year. So anyone out there listening, if you I've been dreaming about an Aries man, put the work, the manifestation work, and you'll probably snatch him.
Aries, man.
I can get started if
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
Okay.
let me rearrange my legs.
I know my
Okay.
legs. I for a minute had to do that too.
My legs around. Okay. So Nicole, your cards are good. I will say, if you're looking for like a relationship, there's definitely like the cards are definitely talking to you as how to like what can help you kind of manifest out or start thinking about that's one of my situations. In Aries,
That's funny.
man,
That's too funny.
all these Aries men attacking these women?
He sounds like, look, based on my cards, it sounds like a very emotional Aries.
Yeah. So the first one I have for you is the Hermit. So the Hermit, but you have the Hermit, and the way they read along that, it's the Hermit, the Chariot, and the Judgment, which is really good. So what they're telling you is, I think the universe wants you to like talk to your guides and your like says I love that she says your team, like whether it's your angels, your ancestors, God, everybody, get them all round up together and start, putting it out there what kind of relationship you want and what kind of partner it is that you're trying to manifest. The Hermit is someone that spends time alone in solitude, but as well the Hermit is very spiritual. So that to me as well, it's like, meditating, doing maybe a little bit of yoga, breath work, but journaling and like any spell work that you want to do. Then Aries is bozo. Oh, she's being terrorized by Aries.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
with the Hermit, it's telling you that like in a sense, being like your witchy side and your ancestors and your teams to try to tell and put it out the energy out there into the universe as to what it is that you want. And I think really meditating is really going to help you because I think they want to give you some kind of sign and like really like make you really connect really deep with like this intention of love. Because here you have the Judgment. You see the angel and the people are praying, they're open to listen to his message. And that's why I said maybe meditate or being just like with yourself to in silence to receive. You're Virgo too, so the Hermit. Okay. So that's really good, like kind of like being like your mental hermits, Virgos are good with like mental health or being healthy or trying to take care of themselves. So, that's like a good intention, like your spiritual side. Connect with your spiritual side to manifest what you're trying to do. And the meditation will help. I think a message your guides are going to try to tell you something. There's something they want to give you. And it's more of a clear indication for you to have like this revelation as to what you truly, truly want out of your love life and what your like dream love life would look like, and like I think they want you to really at this point manifest like for the bigger picture, so like if you do want to get married and have kids, then focus on that. Don't try to manifest just a boyfriend or like just some guy that someone to give you, to go on dates and things like that. I know you'd be like, I am ready for my soulmate, I'm ready for my husband, I want him, I want that, like think of the bigger picture and really focus on that. And I think once you do that, here's where you have your Chariot, where like it's going to push you, like you almost like shift yourself. I always tell people with the Judgment, when you think different, the reality becomes different. So therefore, your Chariot being next is a good sign showing that like that's gonna be a big shift for you. It's gonna shift you into the direction that you need to be in. And he's in his warrior gear, so I can tell you've gone through it. Maybe this Aries has terrorized you. Maybe you learned a lesson from him, or maybe there's a lesson there. There's like something for you to really harness. And that's almost going to be like your gasolina to kind of just push you through and, really spark that fire to like navigate you into this new like love journey, into this new love path. But as well, the chariot represents being like at the right place at the right time, like in the right road. Just imagine like this long road that the universe is just taking you, and whatever pit stops you make, they're important. They're important events or situations that need to happen for you to like fully, encompass this whole situation for your love life, you know? Because then here you have the sun card, which the sun card shows that the universe definitely, you are definitely capable of having this new like love life and birthing something new that brings you a lot of happiness and joy. That's why there's like a baby and he's on the horse, because it wants you to like look at your love life as like something completely different. Don't worry about the past or like put me through it. Don't worry about the past, or like, if you learned what you had to learn about the past, and like whatever you're moving forward with, just know that what you want to manifest is going to bring you happiness and joy and fulfillment, and just see it as like a whole new life. Like you don't have to like, you don't let things from the past trigger you when you're like exploring new men or dating in relationships, in like your love journey. Because I could definitely see it. The sun is really good to show that like there's definitely someone that's going to bring you happiness and joy and fulfillment. And it's going to be really fun. It's going to be something really fun and really enjoyable. Because here next to the sun, you have the Five of Swords. Someone showing that you will be successful in like the love game and how you pursue and fight in the love. You see, again, he's like in his warrior gear. Here on him, he has his warrior gear. We know you're ready to fight. We know you're ready to do what you have to do to like make that fantasy happen for yourself. And you deserve it, so you should go for it. I know that at certain times, maybe you might think, is it ever gonna happen? It's never gonna happen. Be single as hell. This is not gonna change. But she feels stuck and like in her own time, and because she's almost like putting herself in that position. That's why she's blindfolded, because she's almost blinded by her own actions. Maybe at times you don't realize, or you almost go through this vortex or cycle of emotions that you kind of lose yourself in it. You kind of forget to get out, or it's hard for you. You've already gone so deep in a vortex that it's just like, oh shit. You need to be in a different vortex. You need to be in the vortex of manifestation. The vortex that's positive, not the negative, or like the scary one, or the one that's like, I'm never gonna, I'm never gonna find happiness and joy, because the Five of Swords says, yeah, you will. You'll definitely be able to persevere anything that comes in front of you. Or even if the universe testes you with exes coming back, or someone trying to talk to you, maybe that if you know that that relationship is done and there's nothing that's connecting you to it, then it's just like a test from the universe. Because again, the Chariot is showing you might have particular pit stops, and those pit stops could be a test, a lesson, or it could be the person. It could be the right one. Now you were miraculously at the right Publix grocery store that you had to be in, and you meet this person, and they helped you reach for something because you're too short and they're tall and gorgeous. Like they were there for you. So just kind of being ready for those things. And because then here with your last card is where you have your King of Wands. Where that way at first I thought, maybe her King of Wands can show that at the end of this there is someone that is, maybe very mature and stable in a good place in life. And they could be a fire sign. If it isn't a specific Aries, it could be a fire sign. That's why I said maybe the universe is telling all you guys to go with a fire sign, because that'd be something really good. Or maybe you want that passion and that fire. But as well, I think when it relates to your energy, the King of Wands shows that the king is able to manifest his kingdom and his reality by sticking to his true, authentic self and what his heart really speaks to him. So when you manifest, if let's say you're journaling a list of things that you want from a person and what you would like to envision as you're doing in a relationship, don't compromise. Put exactly what you want. If you want something that's goofy and fun, or that they do take you serious, or that he does take you out on dates, or he remembers when it's your birthday and your anniversary, all those things that are simple things that don't matter to other people, they matter to you, and you're important, and that's what needs to happen. So with your King of Wands, when you had it underneath like this with your Hermit, think about those things when you're manifesting. What are like my core values, and what is going to speak to my heart and like spark my fire, that it feels like I'm in this really intense romantic relationship. need to stop dressing like a bum at the grocery store then. LOL. Yeah, you know what? I told girls that too. I'm like, look, I used to dress like a bum too. And but you could not, because you never know if you're gonna need your you never know what you're gonna need. If you could have gone to the bank, maybe you're going to the grocery store, maybe you went to an office supply store, maybe you're just going down the street to go get Starbucks, and there's this, this person, they start talking to you, and you're like, oh my gosh, why do I look like this? But maybe, if you weren't dressed, not your best and shiniest, I think that's a good sign too. That means that, like, he thinks you're beautiful in this, in your natural look, So I think the cards are showing to really take some time with yourself and be with your guides, and they're gonna really like bring some alignment to you to really like in in focus on this vision of love that you want, and give you that alignment for you to feel really confident to try to manifest that and feel really good about manifesting that, especially because you're a king of wands. Don't feel like, if people tell you, that's not realistic, you're silly, all these men are trash. So listen to people. Don't listen to them. Do what you got to do for yourself. If you really have this Prince Charming in your mind, like a Gomez Adams, knock yourself. That
Oh
is
yeah.
her. That's what I think about when I think about, like, the other day I was watching the West
Yes.
show, and I was like, that's what I want. I'm gonna print out a picture of him and put it on my vision board, because
Yes.
that's what I want. And that's,
Yes.
you go for what you want,
Yes.
and what's great for you.
Gomez Adams. You want him, like, when you say something, he's like, you sound so sexy right now. I want to rip you up. You're like, damn, sir. I'm just, and even if you dress him bummy, he still finds
Yeah,
you know, the curves of your body through the
yeah.
clothes, and they're like, so your butt looking juicy in that sweat right now. And he's just like, damn, sir, I'm delectable. Okay. So that kind of energy. I pretty much, I'm sorry. Are you done with the
Yeah, I'm done. That's what I get off. Yeah.
I got very similar things. I feel like you're almost, she's 100% right, because I got the same thing. You're almost at the end of a cycle. I feel like you've been through it, girl. You run it ragged. They run you ragged. But there is good coming out of this. I feel like this year will be a far better year in terms of love for you.
Yeah.
Um I'm gonna let's get to your reading to see exactly why. So you got here the 2 of Cups. I'm giving you
Mm.
a side eye because you're talking to somebody. This is a water sign, or emotional person, a person that's very emotional, very into their feelings. I feel like there's a current connection you're talking to that is a King of Cups, which could be a water sign. Is there a particular sign for this King of Cups?
I think the King of Cups is a Cancer.
Ooh, okay. You might have an emotional man around you, but I feel like this person is draining you, because I got here the 10 of Wands. You're holding on. It's like you're carrying the weight of the relationship, and I feel like this is a running theme in your current situationships or potential relationships, is that you always seem to be the one having it more put together than the other person, and you always seem to be the one carrying in the weight, in the sense. So I feel like this is a running theme in general, because you're very responsible. She like has her own house, she pays for everything. And then, some of these situationships are not at your standards, to be honest. Let's just call it what it is. And I think the message earlier could resonate with you in terms of, don't lower your standards to meet somebody's needs. You don't owe them nothing, let's just say. And I know you have an empathetic heart and you understand the struggle, but does that mean you have to struggle again? No, you don't. Okay. You don't have to struggle again. You've been through the struggle, you've been there, done that. Does not mean you want it. Okay.
Yeah.
It taught you lessons. It reminded you, oh, I've been there. I understand. But does that mean is the right person for you? No, you can empathize and understand them, but it does not mean they're the right person for you. Oh shoot, never mind. So right here, I'm hearing that this is, but and also the 10 of Wands represents an ending of a cycle. You may have been
Mhm.
holding a lot of burdens, a lot of things that are not yours, maybe even a certain baggage from the past that kind of resonates and kind of keeps repeating in certain situationships, and you're about to drop the weight. I promise you, this year, some point in this year, you're gonna be like, I'm done. And you're just gonna be like everything, and probably like ghosts, or just have your moment where you just keep to yourself with the Hermit card 100%. The reason why is because you're at the end of the cycle in terms of certain connections, and what's going to happen is an epiphany is going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe right now you don't see it yet, but there's gonna be a moment, right? Like this year or a certain moment very soon where it's just you're gonna wake up one day to the next and be like, this doesn't make sense. And then you're gonna see the truth of everything. You're gonna realize, wait a minute, what was I doing? And maybe before, because you're overcompensating, carrying the weight, you didn't see it. But one day to the next, you're gonna realize this is not for me. And you're going to understand that what you've been doing before, you don't want anymore. You're going to end that cycle mentally, because that's what the cycle is. It's not physical, it's mental for you, because you see things a certain way. And like she mentions, you attract certain things. You have to shift your mentality so then you can attract different. And that's what it means. So it looks like your guides are coming in with a new epiphany about love and what you deserve, and you're going to start to realize that. Now the next card here we have is the Nine of Wands. So that means you've been through a lot in love. You clearly have. And you've been through a lot in your life. And like I mentioned, you don't have to struggle no more. Relationships should not be a struggle for you. You shouldn't be struggling to connect with people. So if that's something that happens with a potential suitor or person that you think that could be long term, if it's a struggle in the beginning, it's going to continue being a struggle. Let's just, if it's struggle now and we're not even together, that means it's going to continue being a struggle.
Yeah.
And so it has to be good.
Yeah.
Like it has to be good in the beginning. It has to be a person you can connect with, and it's a flow. It's not even like you're trying. It's a flow. It's like you connect energetically. You're just flowing. It's really good. And there's no weirdness, there's no kinks, there's no judgments. It's just a good connection. And again, I feel like once you shift, a lot of these wands are going to fall back, and you're going to realize your worth, and you're not going to settle for certain type of people, and that's going to elevate you, because then at least now you're not looking for that, so you're looking for more. And again, when you're looking for more and you're thinking of a different way, that's going to attract a different person, a different energy, a different personality, a different type of person. Because I feel like every guy you were in the past is similar in some way. They always got something going on. He says, so true. Thank you for the cleanse, girl. Oh, look. She's like, thank you for the cleanse. He just texted her.
No, girl. Let's get him away.
Oh, there you go. Here's some selenite. Because the thing is, again, you are a person that's really sweet and kind, and unfortunately some people sense that and they try to take advantage. So this is where you got to be a little more forceful with your boundaries with certain people, and only if there's certain situations you feel are connected. But I personally think you should not be lowering your standards for
Yeah.
someone, especially too many times. If you've done it too many times, that means X nay, no.
Oh.
So your oracle cards here is deep cellular healing. So thank you for the
Oh.
cleansing. I think this year is going to be a very healing year for love. I really think you should really focus on healing certain mentalities about love. So again, with this new swords card that's coming in, there's going to be epiphanies about your love life and how you're approaching love, and it's going to cleanse you. So you're going to have a lot of healing in regards to your love life, how you view love, how you want love. So that's something you have to start thinking about, not just the ideal man. Think about, how are you approaching it? How are you engaging in this? Are you giving more? Are you noticing you're the one calling and texting? Are you noticing that they're not necessarily giving your wants and needs emotionally? Are they validating your feelings? Are they listening to you? Are they connecting with you? Do they truly care? And these are questions you should ask for yourself, because again, this is someone you're allowing them to come into your life and your energy, and you want them to be worth it. the fuck? You don't want to waste months and weeks on somebody, and then they're like a bozo, aka bozo. So it's
Yeah.
just like this is where you have to start holding things at a higher stand in your mind, putting more boundaries, and saying, you know what, I'm not going to tolerate this no more. I'm bringing this person into my life, and it has to be a person of quality. And I mean, quality is a person who respects me, respects my space, respects my emotions. And the same, you respect them because I know you do. You respect their space, you respect their emotion. You're a very empathetic person. That's the thing. You got a beautiful heart. But there's some people, unfortunately, there's shitty people that like to take advantage of that. And, hurt people like to hurt people. And we don't want that. So, just embrace more healing in your love life. In general, just start focusing on yourself and focusing on your mentality and how you think, and that will help you so much. And once you start to heal that, like she says, a lot of new opportunities are going to flow in. She got the clown's face. You don't worry. Trust me, things need to, like, we need to evolve to invite new opportunities. We need to change and evolve. We can't stay the same all the time. It doesn't work that way. We have to change and evolve as we grow. And I feel like that's what's happening with you. There's going to be a mental transformation happening in regards to love, so it's going to be a good one. The last card you have here is you're not for everyone. You really are not. Okay, you're not for everyone, and I don't mean in a way where um a certain person has to like you. No, meaning your energy is special and it is for people who deserve it. Okay, not no bozo or no cockroaches, love cockroaches. Okay, so this is your love is worth someone special, and don't settle for less. So it says here, embrace your weirdness, face your true north. Okay. And I just leave you with this last little comment. Start falling in love with yourself. I feel like when you start to fall in love with yourself and you love yourself deeply, again, like I mentioned in an earlier reading, you're that energy is gonna raise. You're gonna just vibrate differently, and you're gonna attract someone that shows you that same love that you love yourself. So, if you're not loving yourself how you're supposed to, start doing it now, and you're gonna realize you're gonna blossom. And not even just for a person, you're blossoming for yourself. You're gonna enjoy life better. You're just gonna be happier. You're just gonna feel more aligned and just feeling again in the moment. And people see that, and that energy vibrates. You know how some people are attractive, and mind you, they may not look physically attractive, but they're attractive is because the energy they vibrate. And that matters. The energy you carry around you matters, and especially in love and interaction. So that's why you see all kinds of dudes hitting up that girl. You're like, what is it about her? It's her personality, it's her vibe, it's the energy. And that's what you start, for you, you have to start loving yourself. And I promise you, you're gonna attract someone that loves you just as much. So it's looking like this year is a transformative year in love for you. So just be open to the new awarenesses that are happening. And I feel like, again, maybe with this person, you may have to rethink things and make sure that they are worthy of your love, not the other way around. Because you are worthy of love. Are they worthy of your love?
Going to go back to those self love baths we discussed. Hi,
Ooh,
I'll be your.
yes. That sounds nice. Do it. A lot, if anything, every Friday, because that's Venus Day, do self love baths and just, love yourself. You could even love
Yeah.
yourself with a toy. Let's just be
Yeah.
honest. Yeah. And you can do manifestations that way too.
Yeah.
A wink,
So,
wink.
we should maybe do a private. Maybe we could do one day a private spicy YouTube of the girls that are interested in sex magic. I think it always comes up. Maybe we could do a spicy
Yeah. Yeah, we
uh,
can do stuff.
like a little lecture class, and they, you know,
Yeah.
and we invite them in,
I've
and
I've done it. Let's just say.
yes, yeah,
But it's
exactly.
spicy. It really does work because that's a potent energy that's happening.
Yeah.
It's potent. That's what they say. Sex is important. Like, it's a very personal and sacred act because you're literally exchanging energy with the person.
Yeah.
I hope that reading helped you. And like I said, from sister and I, it looks like there's great prospects in your love life. But first things first, you got to get through this mental cycle. You got to end that cycle and start approaching things differently. And you're going to see different results, like she said.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. Your cards look really good to show that, there is this love life that is going to bring you fulfillment and happiness and joy and fun. That's why I said, like those little goofy notes are like, if you like a goofy guy or you like a fun guy, because the sun to me is a very fun card or very
Yeah.
like active card. Like if you guys like, to do fun stuff together or going out, doing
Yeah.
activities. Maybe you're not so much a person that would want to always be at home just eating and Netflix. Maybe you want to do stuff right now that could kind of get your creative juices flowing, and you want
Yeah.
like that, not someone that just keeps you at home. So, if you don't want that,
It sounds like she needs an Aries in her life.
I mean, well, I'm an Aries girl, so I'm just like, you need to keep me entertained because I'm not.
You know what? She needs someone that's like hyper, but in a good way, always
Are
planning
comfortable in like
stuff.
their space, yeah.
Yeah, planning activities and
Yeah.
doing things. I feel like you like an active person. I feel like that's something, and very funny. I agree.
Yeah.
Someone who make you laugh. You know, the best kind of people is when you're angry, they make you laugh.
Yeah.
So he's like, damn it, I can't be mad at you. You're so funny.
It's true because sometimes I want to smack them, and I'm like, I'm gonna smack you and walk away from this moment right now, and then maybe I'll come back and say sorry. But he did a medium reading, and my father called this guy a bozo. Oh my
Oh
god!
yeah, that's where we got the name. That's too funny. I forgot. I'm wondering, like, why did we call him the bozo? I'm sorry, guys. When I do readings, I don't remember some of the stuff I say. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. That's when it all started for us, Nicole. Her story is wild. How we got from A to B is wild. Wild. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. You gotta remind me of parts of it because I forget. I apologize. That's what be like. I'm nosy. Remind me. All right. So our next person is Jamie, and then we have Marlene, and then the last one's Katie. So Jamie, Marlene.
I forgot because Katie wasn't sure she was gonna jump in at what point, so that's why we
So
put it.
we're keeping her last just because it'll be easier for her to look for her name and stuff too.
Yeah.
So she's laughing. We gotta chuckle. We gotta chuckle at that. It's too funny. But yeah, we have a journey. All right. So Jamie, let us know. I know she mentioned 5 card. And Marlene, let us know if you chose a 5 card or 7 card. I don't have it noted down. And Jamie, let us know if you want a specific question or a general. And we may answer the question in the general. Who knows?
Yeah, that sounds like whatever you're like thinking the most of, or like your mind is kind of racing through. That's kind of typically what comes up.
Don't worry, I'm
But
taking my vitamins. I forgot.
if you have, a particular question about your love life, or if the genre of your love life, also I like,
Marlene said 7. Okay.
and
Thank you,
I also like if
Marlene.
people are single or in relationships, or like
Yeah, let us know if you're single or a situationship.
are married or recently divorced, polyamorous. I got a lot of
Yeah.
polyamorous people reach out to you or like ask you questions.
Polyamorous people, no, not really.
Pero
Well,
siempre
if they are, they just don't tell me.
uh, don't tell me because it's always the same issue. They're polyamorous,
Mhm.
and then the other one likes somebody more. So then now they're butthurt. So now they're like, I don't know if I should continue to be poly or continue to be with this
Wait,
person.
so is poly just based on one person, multiple people, or is it all 3 of them like each other?
So poly, I believe, is that if you're in a relation, you have an open relationship.
Yeah,
So you could go do whatever you want. But
but that's an
then
open relationship. That's not poly. Isn't poly when they all like emotionally are involved?
Ay, yo no sé.
Because if that sounds like he just like bait her into a
But a lot of people come to me telling me they're in open relationships. So they
mm,
told their partner, each partner agrees that they can do whatever they want, but then they'll always, it's always the same thing. Like they end up like spending time with another person that's just too much, and um, then their feelings get hurt. So it interferes with the relationship. So that's
mm.
what I get a lot of when they come to me. That it's always, so that's why I'm like, in a way, I'm always like, I don't feel like open relationships work because I always see people coming to me telling me that they're feeling so.
You have to be like open.
Yeah, you have to.
If you're not naturally like that, then it's not something that
Okay. JV says
you
it's a relationship for 9 years. Oh
oh
wow.
wow, congrats.
Yes.
And she said general.
Okay.
So let's see. Okay. Hmm.
What are you doing? The cat's getting a little adventurous.
Uh
And I'm shuffling the cards in a way I feel like I am not in control right now.
that's too funny. That's her guides controlling your hands.
Right?
Like, listen, we have a message for her. But yeah. Ooh, all right. Oh, that felt good. All right, I already have the cards pulled. Do you want to go first? Or do you want me to go first?
You can start because I'm still pulling out my card.
Okay. So it looks like there's some tea, Jamie. Okay. So it looks like you and your person might be arguing a little more, or maybe there's disagreements because we have here the Five of Swords. So it could be you guys are going through like a tit tat moment, or maybe there's disagreements. I'm hearing one person's not vocalizing it. I feel like someone feels a certain type of way about certain things and they're not vocalizing it. I feel like it may be you. Um, and you kind of feel a little bit like there's some disagreements. I personally think. I feel like it's you. Let me know in the comments below. But I do feel like there's maybe you feel like you're not being validated in certain way, or things are kind of like in a dismissed. But I feel like there's something that you feel a disagreement about or conflicts. Money issues with the in-laws need more guidance. Okay. Is this you feeling like I feel like again you feel like there's things you want to say, like you're holding in more than you want to say. Money issues with the in-law is so this is okay. So clearly it's you feeling like what's going on. The math is not mathing here. So I do feel like there is some disagreements with your person because of again she said money issues with the in-laws. So
Oh.
this is clearly causing disagreements. Now, your guides want to know that they're around you during this time. They know it's very difficult. It's very sticky situation because again, it is evolving in-laws. That means your man's or woman, whatever you're with, in terms of their family, and that is a touchy subject for. It's like a weird touchy subject. Uh, it's a good subject, and it's fine when it's good, but when it's like issues, it's like it's really hard, and this is specifically for the person you're with. It's hard for them to speak about it. It's like they don't want to hear it. Weird, right? But I think it's because I'm hearing also there may be embarrassment from your other person about this. They feel kind of embarrassed. They feel kind of like this sounds like there's more internal issues that your significant other may have with his family, and I think it's kind of bleeding into your relationship. That's what I'm hearing from your guides. They're saying it's him. He has issues with his family. He does. He sees what's happening in terms he notices what you're like the looks or the tone or just the quietness from you, and he knows that you're kind of like, ooh, that's not good, and he's kind of judging himself, and I think he's getting a lot more frustrated, or he or she, they, I'm sorry if I'm getting it wrong, but they're getting more frustrated because you're speaking about it, or you want to speak about it, but you can see they're short tempered about it, and I think it's because they're angry themselves. That is specific. Guides are nosy. They're letting you know the tea. So I feel like,
The guys know all the tea.
yeah, ex-husband's family. Yeah. So it's like he doesn't want to hear it. And you're just like, but sir. Okay, that was weird.
Yeah, you froze for a second and then now you're back. Yeah.
Do you not like that I'm talking about this? Or maybe your guides or presence is really strong and they're cutting the connection. Who knows? It sounds like you got some pretty powerful team around you. So they're around you. They want to say that they're here guiding you. They know you have the strength to get through this. I feel like this is unnecessary issues. I feel like, I don't know why I feel like this is unnecessary. Why are we dealing with this? Why is this happening right now? He passed. Oh, is this him cutting off the life to agree? I don't know, but that was weird that I got disconnected. So you're that's weird that I'm getting your guides are saying they're there for you, they're helping you. And I'm so sorry about your loss. So he was okay.
He was
So
what?
she said it is her
Passed away.
ex-husband. Yes, and he did pass away.
Hmm.
And yes, he was. So she's agreeing with what I'm saying.
Oh.
That's very weird that the thing disconnected.
Yeah,
So
I was like, okay, so she's agreeing that this man is like. No, I'm not trying to laugh at him. I'm just like, ah.
I don't
Yeah.
know. He's like, no, don't speak about this no more. Maybe, I don't know. But it sounds like a very touchy subject. And I feel like you don't want to touch it because you know you feel bad. And I get it. I get why. But this is where your guides are telling you your gut is right. Whatever you're thinking that they're doing is correcta munda. Okay. So they're saying they're with you because this is a very sticky situation. It's a little it's unfortunate situation, but they're saying what you're sensing, you're not crazy. It's right. Whatever it is. It's right. So if you think that they're doing things purposely, or you think that something's weird and fishy about it, or you think that there is some selfishness or some type of disconnect from that,
Here for you. And I feel like he would say that. Yeah.
well then probably he's here helping you out. He could be one of the people helping. But look, your gut is right. Okay, your gut is 100% right. Now, I do see it's a male, so this could be the father-in-law. Is the father-in-law the one initiating this, or is I feel like there's a King of Wands energy behind it. This could be a fire sign or a person that's very like they're very aggressive a little bit, maybe a little snappy. They're saying that the high priestess next to the King of Wands. So whatever you're feeling in regards to that, it is correct with this King of Wands, and they're saying that um, this person, in order for them to repair this money issue, they have to change their viewpoint. So I don't know if they feel entitled to certain things because that is their child that passed, and maybe because you may have that was under your name, or there's a whole makes up you were living there, or whatever it is. I don't know if this is property or this is particular investments, property information. But I feel like in order for this to solve itself, this person has to change their viewpoint. I think they're kind of seeing it from a place of hurt than just logic, and thinking in a way that's kind of makes sense. Okay. So it looks like this person's just in their own emotions and feelings. And like you said, it is unnecessary. So, but this world's card means change. Is his mom? Okay. Well, then it could be her, the fiery energy, because it does say King of Wands. She could be a very masculine person, a masculine energy. She's
But
very
she's
aggressive. She's
but she's
very aggressive.
aggressive.
Okay. So I'm saying that I feel like it's either a male or someone that's very aggressive, that's very controlling. So it looks like it's more of a place from hurt. So although she is hurting, if it's unnecessary, again, the change of heart has to happen. So I'm gonna give you your other cards. It says here, forge, don't follow. So this is your oracle card. And like I said, I'm so sorry you're going through this. It sounds like a very difficult situation, and especially in times like this where a lot of people are going through many things, and there's just so much pain in the world. It sounds like she's projecting a lot of her own internal pain. So um, you can empathize with her, but at the same time,
Yeah.
because be kind.
Yeah, no.
Yes, they thank you. They believe it's owed to them. If it's something you guys built together and you paid for it, everything, then I would highly consult a lawyer and see what
Mm.
your options are, because that sounds like a very hairy situation. Very hairy and very touchy and very emotional. So it says here, pave a new path for your oracle card. Be the leader you wish you had. So this is start taking initiative, start putting in boundaries with the mother-in-law. I understand you're hurting, but at the same time, state things to her, like, and if anything, if she's that type of person or if she wants to take it to level F, make sure you just have documentation, everything and evidence ready, just need be. But again, I feel like it's more because her view on things are more from a place of, like, it looks like hurt or projection. And again, things could settle if she changes her view. That's honestly what I see. I think it's just more of anger. Aggressive person, and she's taking it out on you. It's unfortunate. And I'm sorry, but karma is coming this year. So this lady
Yeah.
better change her ways, because she's going to end up in pain anyways if she continues. So try to forge a new way. That means seeking out new resources, new help, researching, find a way out of this. I'm hearing if you have yourself protected and you know information, documentation, you have legal counsel or consultation. I feel like she may calm that down. If you have your stuff ready, say, hey, you want to go, let's go. But again, I have my rights as a person. Um, So the last card here you have is Earth. So it says here, learning to be a human in a world, but not of it. So I
Oh,
kind of feel like the way this woman makes you feels like you're a stranger in your own home. She makes you feel like you're distant from them when you guys shared a connection together, which is through her child. But it's like she makes you feel like you're not a part of their family, or at least like you guys weren't cordial. Like she makes you feel like you're an outsider. And I highly recommend cleansing yourself, because it sounds like this woman's very toxica. She looks a little toxic. And again, it could be just because she's projecting, hurt people like to hurt people. So I really think you should cleanse yourself. Maybe, and I mean cleanse, like take salt baths. If you do interact with her, like cleanse your space
like
thoroughly,
yeah.
because people like that, especially from a pain of grief and pain, they hold energy around them, and So I would recommend that. Make sure you're cleansing your space. Make sure you're speaking love into yourself, because it sounds like this woman can, like, she makes you feel bad. And I get you're in pain, but that's not right. So I feel like she knows what she's doing. She's well aware. This is where the high priestess is like, is this intentional? Yes, it is. I'm sorry to break it to you, but she's not really nice. And yeah. But I feel like in this process, keep yourself grounded, try to cleanse your space. I feel like you will get through this, but you will need some legal counsel and know your avenues if need be, and make sure you have a backup plan just in case certain things go sour, because again, you know how things are. Some things can go your way, some things are not. And I don't know if this woman cries wolf, if she makes stuff up, if she's a composer. I don't know if she's like that. So if you know her more than anybody, your gut, whatever is telling you to do, like maybe we should do this and that and that and that. Am I being too extra? No, you're not. Just in case. You never know. Especially with people nowadays, either half of us is healing, half of us are going crazy. I see it every day. Either you're healing, and the latter, they looking crazy right now. Some of them are going off the chain and being really aggressive and angry. So it's unfortunate she's one of them, but I'm hoping that she finds her healing and she changes her mind about what she's doing. So my heart is with you. I send you a lot of love. That's a terrible thing. It's very hurtful, but I hope things get better for you.
Yes, that was really good. I actually got, yeah, I got about the same thing. I got like the same kind of energy. Here you have, I got for you the Four of Cups and the Five of Wands. So with this one in particular, I'll say that I feel like there's something that they're trying to offer to you because they think that's enough, but you're like, no, that's not compensating anything. And if anything, it's emotionally triggering you. And it's also making you feel like, what the fuck? You think I'm gonna be okay with this? Like, it's almost like they think that that's enough, and that should be, it comes from a very condescending place, that like they think, okay, this could almost get her to, this should be enough, so she should be quiet or feel like grateful for what she's getting. But you see how she looks like she's a little bit down and sad, and it's almost like she's like, no, i I deserve more, or I know better, or like there's also all these other cups, so why would I do that? See, she said, yes, ma'am, she does, but thank you. You guys are awesome. Oh, you're welcome. Like here I can see it. But you're right. Like, don't, this isn't like, like for you. Because the Five of Wands next to it, I can see how then that triggered this argument and these disagreements. But like Luna said too, you see how all the wands, they're fighting, but the wands are pointing in different directions. That shows that it's coming off of a base like value and maybe tradition. Or like, boomers think different than, let's say, millennials, or like older generations don't see it the same way that we do. Like they think like we're ungrateful, so you should be grateful for what's being given to you. But you're like, no, I deserve more. Or like, no, this isn't enough. Like, what are you talking about? Or if you and your partner have put in so much work for this, then it's being taken away from you. And part of you is still here. So with the Five of Wands, it's also kind of telling you that like it's almost use in a way to have a fight is almost useless because they're not going to drop their guard. They are very persistent. I can tell they're very persistent, but I can tell you're very persistent too. Which I think you should stand your ground because your cards say that you are in the right. Like there's two things about the Justice card that I will say you hit that on the head. Oh, yeah. The Justice says two things. One, it is a big court card. So if you have been thinking about legal counsel, I would recommend it. It's a card about going to court and finding justice. And in our justice system, you see the same kind of image, except she's blindfolded. In this card, she's not, because this represents the idea of the spiritual side of justice, the karma. This is the universe, and the universe sees everything, and the universe will bring balance to the scales. As in, it tell her, take my ass to court because I know I'm right and justice is going to be served. And that also represents that energy that, like, your guides are here. They're going to help you. So don't be scared. Don't let them scare you, or like if they are scaring you and threatening you, be like, okay, let's do it. Let's do it because you know you're in the right. And to me, the justice, whenever it comes out, sometimes people do have courts. They'll be upfront to me about their court situations, or let's say divorce things, and I'll say sometimes I know people don't want to be completely open, so I always tell them, look, if you know you're in the right and you're owed something, then this card means karma is going to be served. So, like, if you are waiting for something to come to you, it's going to come to you. And as well, karma shows that in the right time and at the right place, the right things will happen. You know, so again, if you are considering or have thought about legal services, I think this is a good sign. And then even Luna said it too, to maybe consider the services. You know, it could definitely help you. Even maybe not necessarily going to court, but maybe like showing, having assistance to be like, look, she has all this proof or all these legal documents. That could be like, in a sense, to put them straight, to be like, oh, well, you know, shit, like she's serious, you know, because maybe they don't think that you're serious about doing this. But I can tell you are. I can tell you are, because you have the Knight of Swords. And the Knight of Swords is like the fiercest knight. He will fight and do whatever he has to do within him to make things happen. So he is like the fiercest warrior. So whatever this card is telling you, not to give up on it, because maybe they've been internally pushing you emotionally to make you feel like trying to drain you and exhaust you. But which I understand, it could be draining and exhausting, but the Knight of Swords does not give up because he knows the fight. He understands there's something much bigger to the battle that he wants to go for, you know? So if part of you is definitely saying like, no, I'm owed this, or this is fair, or this is what was left to me, like you can't take this from me, you know, go for it. Like you're definitely in your right. So you should, you know, don't be scared to like jump into that state. Because then here with your last card that I have for you with the Knight of Cups, I will say, you see the difference between these two knights? Like this one is in action and then this one's perfectly still. I'll say that for her, like the mother-in-law, her energy is very manipulative. It's more like she's taking her time to see how she could emotionally like trigger you and like drain you out, to like that's her battle move, you know? Yours is more action, like, oh, I'm gonna seek legal counsel. I have all these documents, or I'm gonna like verbally fight you, you know, but she's like gaslighting you,
Yeah.
emotionally triggering you and fighting you. And she's very smart. Like she knows that she'll like evaluate every kind of scenario to know how to manipulate it, you know? Very narcissist energy, you know, like they don't care how you are getting hurt. If you're getting
Yeah.
hurt, you know it works. So they're doing something right. So they're getting to you, you know, and that's the whole purpose. They want to get to you because they think you're just gonna give up. But I will say, because of your Knight of Swords, it tells you don't give up. Keep fighting. You're almost there. There are certain things that she's doing. So just be mindful. And like Luna said, just cleanse your energy. You know, like cleanse your energy, or maybe wear like obsidian and like black stones or really
Yeah.
gemstones to like block the energy. So like it doesn't like, you know, affect you, because her energy is very like emotionally as well, very strong. Like from your cards, I can tell that she's aggressive, but then as well, I can tell like maybe she's like very emotionally manipulative, you know, and that's another tactic that she's trying to do on you. But as well, the
Yeah.
Knight of Cups does show that like emotionally she's going through a lot. So like Luna said, hurt people hurt people. So she's definitely doing things all the sorts of wrong way, instead of going to therapy or talking to people or venting out. She's out here like throwing her sadness and rage at you, which is not fair. You definitely don't deserve that, you know? But the good thing as well is, you know, the justice, the universe sees all. Your guides are here for you. They're trying to help you. So don't worry, or don't be like, if don't worry about things. Things are gonna work out and they're gonna work in your favor as long as you do things right. Which if the justice card comes out, I can tell that always one party's doing things right and other parties are not doing things right, you know? Actually, her and her husband have twin 11-year-old daughters, 12-year-old. Oh
Oh
wow.
God. So so you guys have children together.
Yeah.
Woman's gonna have to stay, unfortunately, in your life.
Yeah.
I recommend don't tell her anything what you're doing. Something's telling me to tell you that. Like when she was talking, like please tell her, don't tell her anything. Don't tell her your next moves. Don't tell her what you're collecting. She's the type of person, I don't know why, but I feel like she'll sneak through your mail. Be careful. This sounds like this woman's she another planet of woo. God damn. Someone need to like exercise her a little bit, remove whatever's on her. But don't tell her your next moves. Don't tell her anything. Keep your information, your documentation quiet. So if she tries, okay, she's gonna underestimate you. But then you come in, right there, and it'll end quickly because she'll drag it out. If she finds out what you're doing, she'll drag it out and find ways. Don't tell her nothing what you're doing in terms of documentation and legal counsel. Don't tell her. Please don't.
Yeah, just have the lawyer show up to her door and be like, "Here you go,
Mm-hmm.
peace delivery," and it's a document.
Make her sweat. Make her titty sweat. Make her be like, "Oh shit, what's going on?" Because people like that, they live for the thrill of being in fights. They like that shit. It's toxic. The toxic. They like that toxica energy. They like to fight. And I feel like she's the type. She's waiting for you to say something so she could say something back. Oof.
Yeah, that's like definitely an energy vampire. You know, like she like that term is real. I know people toss it around, but that's literally what it is. They almost live off of your dark source or dark sources, so they'll like trigger you to like live off of that, and you don't need that. So I
Yeah,
definitely
cleanse
think
yourself,
that
please.
protecting yourself,
Yeah.
your home too. Like you have to definitely do it to your home. I would say
Yeah.
because
Selenite. Put
yeah,
selenites in all
yeah,
your doors and corners. If anything, this is what I like to do. Little tip here. You don't gotta do any spell work or anything like that. You tell your guides, whoever it is around you, you just say, "Hey team, spiritual team, hey, what's up? Can you please, anyone who's not for my highest and greatest good and my children's highest and greatest good, when they step into my house, show me by giving them a headache or giving them something." When you tell your peoples that, it's like an alarm system, a spiritual alarm system. When someone comes into your house and they all of a sudden feel sick, that's when you side eye and looking at them. Oh shit, they're not for me. They're not good for me. So that's something you should initiate with your
I
team, your spiritual team, your guides, angels, whatever you believe in. Say, hey, can we, when anyone's not for my highest and greatest good, within my energy, show me they're not for me by an action. They're coughing too much. They can't clear their breath. Their head starts hurting. Their stomach starts hurting. And then you're like, and take that as a sign they're not for you. That's my little tricky trick. For so, so I know. My man said the same thing. Yes, she does. So yeah, protect yourself. There's just some people that, like I said, either you're healing or you're going fucking nuts. And some
yeah,
people, time is changing, things are evolving. The rapid is going to get faster and faster in terms of the culture and everything. And people got to change with the times. If not, they're going to lose themselves. And this is where we have to evolve as people. So that's why it sounds like she's losing herself already. She probably lost herself a time ago, but this is just another outlet, something to focus on for her. A day's work of her shit. So
yeah. We don't need that.
no.
But everything's gonna work out. Don't let her scare you.
Yeah.
Everything's gonna work out, and we're sending you lots of good love and protection energy, and
Yes, yes. Your guys are protecting you.
oh
They're around you right now. They're really around. They say you can get through this. They're around you. So all right.
well, I hope that helped you, Jamie. Thank you for trusting us as well to kind of connect with your
Yeah,
field, at this time too.
definitely. And if she gotten sick in your house out of nowhere,
Uh-uh.
she wrote wow. I'm like, if she's gotten headaches every time she's around.
That makes no sense.
All right. I'm glad that helped you out. That just basically, I'm hoping this solidified your next steps forward. And your man's right. Don't tell her shit. Don't even, I know she wants to bring it out of you. Don't let her bring it out of you. All right. Next up we have is Marlene.
Marlene.
Marlene. And then after that's Katie.
Okay.
Marlene and Katie. And Marlene says she has 7 cards. And let me see if I could go up.
I don't know if she said what she did want though. Like if it was a general love reading or she had. I don't know if she mentioned that.
Let me see. I'm gonna scroll up right now and see.
Oh, let me stretch out my legs. I can't.
Do it. Do it. Do it. She didn't emphasize. I'm so ordering pizza.
Oh my God! Stop saying that.
I've been thinking about pizza for like an hour. Pizza. Yo quiero pizza.
It'll be. Oh my
You're welcome. I'm more than happy to deliver that message. I feel like you really deserve that information.
Yeah.
And it sounds like your guides almost cut me out, but it sounds like your guides are strong and they're
Yeah.
really surrounding you because goddamn,
Yeah.
that's a lot. Pobrecita, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So Marlene, let us know if you will like um what type of reading. Would you like a general love reading or there's a specific question?
Oh my gosh, on days that you've had like a long day, she says, I'm here. I
Mm-hmm.
have to wash my hair, but I had such a long day. I'm like,
Nah, not tonight. Get that dry shampoo out.
yeah, exactly. You're right. I actually have a
Break
can of
out
dry
that dry
shampoo. And
shampoo, girl, because that's not it.
I was like, I can't. I have to wash it, but I'm like, oh, I'm so fucking, I can't. It's a mission. Like,
Wash it in the sink. It's closer to you. I'd be lazy sometimes. I'd be like, the sink is here. Or sometimes what I do is I wet my hair. I just spray it and
yeah.
then
And
and
yeah.
then I go in the shower. Oh, it's rinsed out. There you go.
Marlene's a general, right? I think she's a rose general.
Yeah, she said General 7 card. All right, general love reading. Okay. Oh, also let us know. Are you with somebody, Marlene? I feel like you are, but let me know if you're with or if you're single or there's a situationship.
I think she is, but then not saying that we read through a lot of you guys, but it's almost sometimes hard to keep up with everyone's relationship or their statuses and everything going through. Uy.
Interesting. Marlene, are you spiritual? Like, are you getting into spirituality? I just want to ask that question, just because I'm curious.
I think Marlene is spiritual. It's like
Situationship. All right, got it.
yeah, I was like, I think yeah. I was like, I think it's
There. Oh yeah. The feelings I'm getting and the messages I'm like, Um. All right. That makes a lot of sense. All right. All right. She's still pulling, so I'm gonna go with because I got the juices flowing in my brain.
okay, yeah.
First and foremost, before I say anything about love, I feel like you're spiritually opening up more, and your guides are telling me that that's going to be more of a focus for you than love. Just saying that. That's honestly what I'm feeling. Um, you got your oracle cards are very. I might start backwards. Let's see, because I need to tell you this. They're saying there's more things happening in terms of your life in regards to you that's happening. You're like going through like another spiritual awakening, or you're deepening your practice in terms of your connection with spirit or God, whatever you want to name source. But the first card you got here is the blue flame, spontaneous awakening, activation, integration time. Also, when I tap into your energy, I feel something in the back of my head, and that tells me like information's coming through. So I don't know if your crown chakra is like activated, you're getting a lot of epiphanies or a lot of sensations, or you're starting to feel things and sense things at a deeper degree. I feel like that's something that's happening more. They want me to. It sounds like your guys are hijacking, and they're like, wait, love, we'll get to that, but let's tell her what's actually happening here, because they're like shit's happening. You know it. They're acknowledging it. They're saying, yes, you're spiritually awakening again. You're deepening your practices. Yes, you're feeling things. Yes, you're sensing things. Yes, yes, yes. This is happening. They want you to focus on that because it's going to open doors for you in terms of your life. I know this is not a love reading, but that's what they're telling me. And you got here called. Like, you literally feel called. There is something calling you to do more. So yes, love is there, but right now you're being called to like step into what's happening. I feel like you're being activated or something's awakening and you're being called to step into that. You see how she's walking into a new door, new world. And this may also be in love as well, because I feel like the spiritual awakening is tied to love as well. Because the highest form of energy is love. And it says here, soul gifts training is time to step up. So there's going to be things you're encountering. This could be maybe potential shadow work, maybe even working on a deeper form of love in regards to yourself. And that may also affect in a positive way your love life as well. So I think the healing, the inner knowing that's happening with your spirituality is also going to trickle down to other aspects in your life, love, money, career, and so on. So you're going into a new phase, they're telling me. And don't be nervous. But yeah, now I pushed that aside. Now we're going to go into the love part. So the love here is the Temperance card. That's the first card you got. So they're saying there is more balance that needs to happen in your love life. I'm hearing this is more with your emotions and your thoughts, your groundedness. So being more aware of your emotions in love, how it affects you and how it affects your connections. That's something that you need to focus more on. And they're also saying that you have to have a more grounded approach. They're telling me you tend to get emotional and you feel things so deeply, and sometimes you may feel it so deeply that you may take it as something negative than a positive, or at least seeing it from a different perspective that may be a little difficult for you right now. So they're saying right now, try to ground yourself often, especially if you're engaging with this person in a situationship. Try not to take things so hard. I don't know if they say something a certain way, or they don't text you enough, or they don't call you enough, or I feel like there's like a disconnect communication wise, where you're misinterpreting or you're taking things a little too hard. And I get that because you're a very big feeler and maybe they're not realizing it. Again, I feel like this is a running theme. I feel like one person is feeling and the other person's not realizing it, and they're just not seeing eye to eye. So I feel like this is your situationship. I do see also there's also a disagreement, or someone feels like there's just a disagreement, conflicts happening. Um, Again, this could be both of you or just one of you feeling like things are not how they would like it to be. And the next card I got is the Ten of Wands. So I feel like maybe you're holding on a lot of burdens in regards to maybe the relationship, the situationship. Maybe you're doing more of the work and you feel like it's a lot more work on your end than the other person's end. Or you feel like there's a lot more emotional baggage in regards to this situationship. If you're feeling so much emotional baggage in a situationship, not even a relationship, maybe it's too much. Maybe it's not the right relationship for you. Really think that, because I don't want people suffering and taking time and giving time to somebody that doesn't deserve it. So really think about, how is this situationship serving you? I'm also your guides are telling me how long you guys been together. If you guys been together for or connecting for a while and it's still continuing, rethink things. Is this right for you? Is there better people out there for you? It does not have to be this difficult. So just remember how you're feeling, connect with that, and see if you can work it out with this person. And if it doesn't feel that way, be open to other avenues. Now, after this Ten of Wands, I did get here the Queen of Cups. And again, it gives me a sense you feel things very deeply. You're a very caring person, very nurturing. You could also be a water sign or have heavy water in your chart. So, but you feel very connected to your feelings. Kind of like, I feel like you're like an empath in a sense. I wouldn't be surprised if you have clairsentience. Kind of like myself, you feel things. So this could also mean that you feel things at a energetic level. Now, the last card I have here is a Seven of Wands. So this could mean competition. You may feel like you're in competition with other girls in regards to this person, or you feel like maybe this person's talking to other girls. And that could be another source of disagreements and arguments that you guys are having. You feel like maybe this person is not serious about you, or that you think that there's just may not be a long term thing. So you may feel like one of the other girls. So this could be another source of why you feel like things are kind of more or less the Ten of Wands, like you're carrying more than you should. So just if you feel that way, really think about why you're feeling that way. What is causing you to feel that way? What exactly about them that's showing you that makes you think that there's other girls involved? And unless you have direct evidence, then you won't really know. And if the person makes you doubt yourself, it makes you doubt, and you just sense something, then reevaluate that. Do you really want to be around a person that you feel like you have to not trust them all the time? That you feel like you may be another girl in the list of girls? Who knows? But I think you should really reevaluate your emotions and your connection in this situationship, and is it worth it or not? Because I do feel like there's other things going on. Your guides keep saying that the spiritual path is opening up for you. And with the spiritual path, it's a lot of healing, a lot of new experiences, and this also trickles down in love. And maybe this situationship is taking more of your energy than you realize. So that is my messages to you. I hope that makes sense. I feel like that was a bit of two different kind of readings in one. But that's it. I'm done. That's what I got.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the whole like spiritual awakening, or like there's like a rebirth happening, like cycles. You're going through these cycles that I think it's important for you to deal with them before considering this relationship. And I think as well, because the relationship, I think in a sense, is triggering these changes for you. Or maybe for you to like think deeper about the relationship and what it's causing around you. Because um because in a sense you do have some good cards, and then there are some cards that like I can tell internally you're experiencing a lot of things that maybe they do feel like confusing, or like there's a spiritual aspect to things, but it's kind of like overwhelming. The first card you got, I think it's a good to maybe show you, maybe because of your anxiety. You have the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune is a good card. It's a lucky card saying, don't worry, the universe is taking control of certain things. And in a sense, like there is a destined journey for you right now. And it's important for certain things to happen. So this was the first card. So with that said, your last card makes sense as to why. Now I'm jumping to the last one so you can understand what I'm going to get into the middle. Because your last one is the death, where there's a mass. Yeah, you're coming to the end of particular cycles in your life that you're kind of like outgrowing, the death always represents like a rebirth, the ending of one cycle so you could rise from the ashes. And typically to me, to the death, when it comes out, it's because maybe you've been experiencing things that make you question your reality, or make you question like, is this what I truly want? Or like they really have this self exploration of like whether it's purpose, your life, your spirituality, your connection with source. But as well, this relationship is almost like emotionally making you feel like, are you enough for this, or are you not good enough? But in a sense, you know that you deserve better, so there's this battle, this internal battle that you keep going back and forth. But that's why I tell people about the death. You almost activate the death the minute you start realizing that you can literally manifest whatever it is that you want in your life, and that you literally started thinking, I deserve better, or certain effects started happening where you're like, why can I have a better boyfriend, or why can I have a better situation? The death is, well, when it comes out, you see how this person's like dead on the floor for real, and the death is stomping on top of it, like the Reaper. And that represents, when the death comes out, there's certain ending to cycle, so that represents relationships and people. So I think you're coming to the end of this connection you have with this person, and I think it's necessary for you to release that in general for your life, because in a sense they're almost blocking you for other better things to happen, or like a better version of yourself to continue to flourish and really like rise like the phoenix you're supposed to be. You're in this cycle that you're supposed to be going into this majestic bird, but until you fully understand that and move forward with that is where we struggle, because then here you have the fool, where the fool, I can tell you're in love, but it's very like naive, or like you're naive to certain things that he does, or you're trying to pretend that like, oh well, you know what, it's not that bad, or you know what, it's okay. The little dog is trying to stop him from falling off the cliff, and that's the part of like the universe, your guy. He's trying to say, don't act so naive. Like, don't be blinded to his things or to his situations. Don't be giving excuses to these people. Like you the fool can represent that you could definitely be on a journey to fall in love. And because it's like the zero, it's almost like you can manifest infinite love, but it wants you to be more grown or more mature to like what it is that you're seeking in love. I think what this person is offering you is very boy material, and you need a man.
Yes.
You need you don't need a boy trying to like internally mess with your feelings. Because here I could see it. He gives you the four of swords and the eight of swords. These are not good swords to experience. I can tell internally there's like a lot that you're experiencing. With the four of swords, maybe you're not sleeping too well, you overthink a lot, you process a lot of the things, and like not that they're gaslighting you, but almost like their actions almost, because they're not concrete or they're confusing, it's almost you're gaslighting yourself, to like overthink. Because then here, she thinks that she's stuck and she can't get out. But deep down, you know that you have to get out of this relationship, or else you're going to be stuck forever. Like, you will be stuck in this position. So that's why I said, like, almost gaslighting yourself, because she knows that she can get out, but she's almost giving herself reasons why to, like, continue to, like, be in this position. But the longer you're staying there, the harder these restraints will become. And you don't want to be hurting yourself. It's almost like you tell someone, do you want to continue to feel this? You want to continue to like do this to yourself? I'm pretty sure you don't want to do that to yourself. Because as well, going back to the idea of the death card, deep down, your intuition and like your higher self is saying, we deserve better. Like, I want a better life. Maybe it's even with everything. Like, maybe you're feeling like these new intuition, or like you're getting really curious about your spirituality, or using more of like your witchy side to manifest your journey, which is telling you go for it. Like, the priest is in front of the horse because he doesn't fear death. Like, he knows that the death is going to bring a much better change for him. And like whatever he's destroying, he's going to replace it with something even better. So it's almost like, consider this relationship being like the death to give you the rebirth of like something even way better. It's being replaced. And I always find saying replacing it to people to be the way they fully understand it, because yes, it's being removed out of your life, but that doesn't mean you're not going to get something better. Like, or you're not going to get that. Like, you're never going to find a man, or you're never going to get married, or you're not. No, it's almost like this needs to be removed so you can then have this beautiful love life that you want to manifest. Because here you have the four of wands, which the four of wands also shows that like maybe right now it is important for you to be a little bit more homey, or you spend time at home and with yourself, but maybe also with like certain women around you that give you good energy, because they also want to help like heal you and spend time with you. Spending time with women is very healing, feminine energy, like being together, and they want to celebrate you, because maybe as well, when the death comes out, it does show that there's better beginnings, or like maybe there's new opportunities that are coming up in your life for other things. It could be money, it could be job, or maybe if you're thinking about transitioning into a new career, or like connecting more with your spirituality, or doing something like that. There's like these doors are going to open up for you. So therefore, there's these moments that other people want to celebrate you. So that's why with like this Eight of Swords, it's important to release yourself from this, because it's not fair that you can't be as present for these celebratory moments of yourself, you know? And especially if there's other people that see it and they want to be here for you. And the wreath shows a lot of abundance and growth and happiness. The Four of Wands is also a good love card, showing that like, I think deep down, if you were to have whatever you wanted with this person, you would love to have that happy home and that relationship that like feels like they're your home and that you connect so well and you build a strong foundation for like making goals together, financially creating these great ideas, these investments, and you could definitely reach that because it came out on top of your Wheel of Fortune, where your Wheel of Fortune is showing, yeah, don't worry, we know you want this. So trust the process, and it wants you to surrender to it because in the surrendering, there's lessons to be learned. There's things to understand that you need to release. There's things that you need to harness that is part of like your spirituality and your intuition, like trusting your intuition in these moments that are telling you this is the right move for you. But as well, like you being rewarded and accepting those new rewards. The Wheel of Fortune is almost like things that are unexpected are gonna come to us. That's why I said maybe too, changing maybe career or money or finances, other things like your wheel. It's almost like your houses when it relates to everything. So the universe is definitely here, girl. It's trying to help you. It's trying to make all these great changes that create a happy, fruitful, prosperous environment around you, So with your last card, it's telling you with the strength card that you definitely, don't be scared. You have the courage within you to face anything. That's why this woman is like with the lion. She's not scared of it. She knows how to connect with the fear, like with the change, like she knows how to be one with it. But as well, being, she's so graceful and gentle. So that's what it's trying to tell you. Be gentle with yourself at this moment, especially I think because you have all these sorts of like overthinking. Maybe you're not sleeping well. You're not as grounded. Like that's what that's why she's outside and outdoors because maybe go outdoors or connect with like your animals. If you have any pets or if you've been thinking about getting a dog, get a dog. Go outside with your dog, go with your pets, connect with them, connect to something natural, connect with Mother Nature to ground you. And that's going to help one with the anxiety and stress, but two, to help you be more connected to like spirit, to source, to God, and to be able in those moments to meditate and really like put your energy out there as to what if this big major change is coming into my life, what do I want that to look like? In a sense, I still want to have control of my destiny. So, what would that destiny look like for me? And again, she has like the infinity sign above her mind, above her head, showing that, the possibilities are infinite for you to manifest for yourself. So take some time to be patient with yourself and really connect with like, what would I really want right now? If these changes are truly happening, how would I like them to be, or what do I like to change in my life right now? Your love life could definitely be one of them, but as well, like if it's spiritually or you connecting more with like your spiritual side or money, career, purpose, like your self-development, like what would that look like to me? And as well, the strength represents like your inner voice is really going to come through a lot. So don't be surprised if you're like speaking more out or you're like standing up for yourself more or you're voicing yourself, or even with this particular person and you find it difficult that it's you that's going to break things off with them. Trust me, in that right moment you're going to know when to say, you know what, I need a break. I can't do this anymore. And that's it. And you almost you broke the cycle in that moment, and just trust your voice when it wants to sing. I always say that kind of like the little mermaid. Like she felt like she did, she didn't have her voice forever. She couldn't like speak her truth. And when she finally got it, she's there singing through everything. So just like, see yourself as air. You like what you have your voice so you can just sing your truth through everything. But yes, I will agree. There's some big drastic changes happening when the death cards out. I can tell you're going through it, especially spiritually, like you're going through another alignment. That's rough too, but just trust the process. And it wants you to just trust them, have faith, and surrender to it. And in a sense, that maybe this person isn't, this situationship isn't what you would truly want it to be. So why not just release it and start manifesting and talking to your source and your spiritual side about what would that really look like for you. Like you'll be like, okay, if I'm done with this, then this is what I want. And think really deep about those intentions.
Yeah, you went through like a life change. That's what I was like. That's why your guys were like, no. You need to tell her this because this is nothing compared to what's happened. I was like, well, damn. Like whatever it is, it's literally alignment. Like
Yeah.
Like once I don't know, maybe by the end of the year, check in with us. Send us, remember me from and be specific because we forget. I really feel like a lot of changes are gonna happen to you. It's gonna be like,
Yeah.
whoa, I did not expect to go from A to B. And just by, I really feel like a big life change, and in the best way, I mean in
In
the
the
best
best
way.
way
Like
possible.
you're gonna be like, holy crap. I did one thing and then it just tumbleweed into a whole bunch of other stuff. And I'm in a different place. And I'm like, yes, yes. We were there in the beginning before it
Yes.
happened.
Exactly.
So we do have one more. I hope this reading helped you. It looks like your guides had other things in store.
Like they're like, okay, we'll let you know about your love life, but
Buckle the
first,
fuck up. They're like, buckle the fuck up, bitch, because it's gonna be a ride. In the
yeah.
best way, it's gonna be a whirlwind, a good ride. So I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you because it
Mm,
sounds freaking cool. It sounds like
it
shit's
does.
gonna go down the. It's
It's for the
gonna
best.
happen.
It's for the
Let us
best.
know.
Yeah.
We're nosy. Let us know, please.
Yes.
Um. So now the last person is Katie. I'm gonna check right now if she mentioned anything because I asked her about the question and everything. I did not necessarily. I got. Oh wait, hold on. I got some messages. Let's see. Um. No, I did not get anything. Wait. She said relationship. That's it. On her relationship.
Okay.
And it's a 7 card. So she wants a reading on her relationship. So
Okay.
this is so that means she is with somebody, Katie. So she will like oh girl, something coming. If your guides hijack the reading to tell you that, that means shit gonna go down.
Yeah. Maybe at first it might be a little intense, but it's
Hmm.
yeah, it's yeah, at the end of it you're gonna be like, wow, this was so much better.
Yeah.
you know.
Look at us. We're the product of what happens
Yeah.
when worlds will change. 5 years ago, did I think I'll be doing this? Hell the fuck no. And
Yeah.
look where we are now. And I'm gonna say I'm a lot more connected to who I am and I'm much happier. I thought I was happy then, but that was a lie. I'm happier now, I gotta say. I don't know
Yeah.
about you, sister, but I thought I was like, oh, I'm cool. I'm living life. I don't gotta heal from shit. Psych.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't taking things like seriously. Like
Yep.
I had a spiritual alignment earlier on, but then when the next one hits you, that's when it's like real ass shit. So that's where it's like you think you're
Word.
fine, you think you got over your abuse or your Latin culture, masculinity, and
Mm.
it's just like no, you realize that there's shit still lingering around.
But when you heal from it, it's so rewarding.
Or
So
even just like
rewarding.
with to me overall like purpose what I do as work because I feel for the longest I thought I was doing what I really did like, or how the universe ended up. Because I didn't even end up wanting to do that work. It just I ended up being there. I didn't even know that's
Mhm.
like a real job, and I ended up where I was. And I did like it for a while, but then afterwards, the environment became toxic. The people that we work with were terrible. They were super shady. It's
Mhm.
very political, and I would have to wake I had to be at work at 6 in the morning. I did
Ugh,
from 6 to 3 in the afternoon. Okay, so that
yeah.
means I had to be in bed by like 10 so I could wake up at 5 the latest to go to get ready to go to work. No. So I wasn't happy and after a while I was just like this isn't like me. This isn't who I am. So I legit like started transitioning to leave that to do what I do now as like, what makes me fully happy and like what is meant for me. And I'm definitely much more happier and I feel like I'm in control of my life and my destiny. It's freedom, and that's
Mhm.
what makes me. It makes me happy where I'm at right
Definitely. I'm in the transition process.
now.
I'm where you were years ago. I'm trying to, hopefully, I would love to do this in the future. I would love to help people heal
Yeah.
in any way. If I could nudge you in the right way and it just trickle effect and you start being, living a better life, I'm more than happy to do that. But, you know, spirit, you hear me? I'm waiting. They've been
Girl,
telling
they
me a
definitely been
change is
hearing all the
coming.
messages,
A
girl, because
change is coming. A change. I
I'm
said,
just telling you.
carajo, cuando, cuando, when?
Cuando puta puñeta, bro. I've been out here waiting for the bus for fucking 3 hours. doesn't come. That's what it feels like. I'm out there waiting for the bus on a weekend, and I'm like, bitch, the schedule said 1:30. It's 2 o'clock.
My
Where is
team's
it?
laughing. They're like, my team, you know what it is? When I say when, they start laughing.
I don't even ask. I'm just like,
I'm like,
I don't ask.
and
I'm
then
like,
they're like, you don't understand. It's going to hit you all at once. And I'm like, what do you mean? Hit me all at once. He's like, no, it's going to happen all at once. And I'm like,
yeah,
okay, if you say so. I'll be like this, whatever,
it's gonna
whatever.
go. You're gonna see.
And watch, I'm going to be like, oh my God. Oh shit. You were right. Damn. And you know, I had to hold on with my little toenails and everything. All right, so this is for Katie on her relationships. This is the last reading of the night. Thank you for the two of you who are watching. I appreciate you. Mystical,
Yes,
appreciate your views. I hope you find this, funny that we're talking about. We talked about a lot of stuff. Oh
a
my
lot,
god.
a lot.
We're chatty Cathy's. What can we do?
Yeah. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, so I have my cards ready. If
Yes, you can go.
okay.
I'm like perplexed. I'm like, huh?
I was a little, but I think I know what it is. Okay, so Kat,
I know what it is, but I'm just like, whoa.
yeah, I feel like so your cards look really good, and I feel like there's something you're waiting on, or like maybe you're thinking about the next level of your relationship. Whether I don't know if you guys are engaged or not, or like that's what you want, or like whatever's the next step into your relationship. Whether that's moving in together, or again getting engaged or something. I feel like there's something you're waiting on, and maybe you're not impatient, but the cards are telling you to be patient. And like the first card you got, sometimes I guess maybe because I attract, I don't know how, or I can understand when when people are getting tarot readings, maybe they're a little anxious. So sometimes when the cards read for me, the first card confirms the answer to the situation, and then the rest go into detail. And I think that's to
Mm.
help kind of smooth out your anxiety about it. So the first one that I have for you is the Six of Wands, where your Six of Wands is confirming you're going to be successful in this scenario, in this situation that you're trying to reach. He has the wand. Whenever we see a wreath that represents success, it's like a throne in Grecian times, and it's just that you'll be successful in what it is that you're trying to pursue in your relationship. And I think it's like the next level to your relationship, right? What you're looking for. But you're here. You have your Two of Swords. Like your Two of Swords are telling you there's nothing for you to really do. You just need to wait. You just need to be patient. And as well, you see how she has her swords over her heart? I get so in a sense you're a little bit guarded. Maybe you're putting up, you're almost like your plan B is almost to like protect your heart just in case you don't get hurt. But that's also part of it. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're not gonna get hurt, but also don't be getting defensive. That's not good energy to put out into the things because you're almost telling the universe, okay, I'm getting ready to fail, by protecting my heart. And that's not what we want to do. We want to have faith that everything's going to work out. So your Two of Swords is showing that you've already done everything that you need to do as a person, as I say, as a girlfriend in the relationship or the connection. Let's say, Or if you're in the talking stage, you're already done enough to prove yourself. So there's nothing extra you need to do. You just have to be patient and wait, because as well, this card represents that it's about divine timing. In the right moment, the right thing will happen. And you see how she's blindfolded? That represents, like, as well, don't hold a grudge or resentment on your partner, because they're almost blinded to the situation. They don't realize, maybe, or they don't see they don't realize the situation as much as you do, or like see that maybe it really really means something to you. They're a little bit blinded to it. Whenever I get this card and it relates to situations like this, I also like to say, in general, men are just dumb, and I don't think they realize certain things. You have to tell them. So if men don't see instructions, they're not gonna get it. So don't be so hard on him. He might just be dumb like the rest of his species, okay? Because next to it, next thing you have the Knight of Wands. Where the Knight of Wands is, the Knight of Wands is a good card showing, like, a very, like, fiery, passionate person, that they're very go-getters. They want to pursue a lot of things. And I think he's in a place that, he does want to pursue more into the relationship, and he wants to be into this relationship. So don't, like, I think you need to allow him the space to prove it to you, or allow him the courtship, because you're still, in a sense, when you're in a relationship, you're still, there's a little bit of courting. Let's say, if for the next level, for him to prove himself, and if it is a ring, he also gonna needs to put in the work to show that ring, or to do a big announcement to propose to you, or like do whatever it is that he wants, or to invite you for you guys to move in together. It needs to, like, I think the cards are showing to allow him that space, give him that thing to, like, you have a role, he has a role, and, like, allow him that role right now. I think he's very ambitious. Like, I think certain plans or ideas are brewing in his mind, and it's almost like, don't ruin the surprise for yourself. Like, I think maybe because maybe as part of it too, I can tell maybe you're very fiery because you have the Queen of Wands, where I can tell you're an independent woman. I think maybe in your career you do really great. You're at the top of your game. Everything in your life is working out. She has her cat in front of her, representing your energy and your intuition with the universe. You tell the universe what you want, and you got it. Like, you are this badass bitch. I can tell. And sometimes when we're these badass independent bitches, we want to be in control of everything. So, but we cannot always be in control of everything. So your Knight of Wands shows, and he's also a little bit younger. I can tell that it's a little bit playful, so allow him the space. Let him, like, give him some space to, like, let him prove himself to you, because if you're also this badass bitch, I'm sorry, but these men also still need to work for it. Okay. So, like, allow it the space. And, and again, because you have that connection with the universe, whatever it is, just you send the messages, the universe receive the message. That goes back to, like, your Two of Swords, that the universe is like, okay, we got it. Now let us do the work. Your guys are like, okay, we're gonna do the work. So don't worry. We're gonna get into it. So that's what your Strength card as well represents for you. And for you, it's more like taking it, be easy on yourself. Maybe a lot of things are going on in your life right now as well, or maybe work, and your energy is all over the places, and you're also maybe in a sense in your relationship trying to take control of certain things. Relax, just breathe, let it go, and focus on you, and focus a little bit on you. Give some time for you, and it's showing that you do have courage to persevere anything. And as well, the courage to, like, really speak up when you want to, when you need to. So let's say if this is going on a little bit longer, and you feel like if you have this need, and you feel this need to really express yourself, your inner voice is going to know when to have the courage to say the right things. So, and so if there is a moment that you feel like you want to say something, let it out. But as well, like, your courage card kind of shows that the right things will be said. So that way you don't kind of, like, if you're scared to fuck things up, you're not, because your inner voice is going to be there with you, your intuition in that moment, to make sure that you're saying the right things, and, we're not kind of, like, ruining our little stew of hard work that we put into. I will say, you know, um, again, you will be very successful where you're going to receive, because especially emotionally, you have the Nine of Cups, where you'll see there's a sense of overindulgence. And this came out on top of your Knight of Wands. So that's what I'm saying. Allow him the space to do it for you, because it's gonna like feel like there's all this attention now on you, and he's gonna give you all this like really good love energy. You know, who knows? Maybe for Valentine's Day, he's gonna really do this big thing for you, and you weren't even expecting it, and you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I knew it. Yes. And then you're like, chingona, you went through all this shit right now to bitch about a man, and like, here you go, he proved it to you. You're like, yes, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Thanks. You know, like, yes, of course.
Don't worry, we all done it.
We've all done it. You know, we've all been there. Like, what the fuck is this idiot doing? And then, ta-da! He was planning this whole beautiful thing for you. You know, like, and then you're gonna be like, oh yes, so, you know, that's why he looks like he's almost drunk, because there's always like a joke in the traditional that like he receives all this like love, he's loving drunk, you know, loving doing drunken love. And it's also a very lucky card. People believe that it's a very lucky card. So whenever it comes out, whatever it is that you would really want at this time, it's gonna come your way, you know. So I would suggest continue to meditate or pray or journal, whatever way you connect with like your source, with God, to like tell the universe what you want. Just be, you know, just be like, look, one last time, I want this man to either propose to me or move in with me. I don't know, give me a dog, whatever it is you want. You know, I think there's like something else. There's like the next level to your relationship that you're kind of waiting on something, you know, like
Mhm.
you kind of feel like you guys are already in the place that your relationship should be to the status. So you're kind of
Mhm.
like in, you know, I think your energy is being a little impatient, because I get it, but just trust it, you know, just trust him that he's going to give it to you. Okay, that's the main thing. Like, not even so much the universe, it's more like the universe already did the background work and it's watching right now. It says watching him, because he's going to be the one to unfold this for you. I will say your last card you have is the Seven of Swords. And to me, when this comes down to love reading, especially for women, I think that like you need to be careful how much information you're sharing with like other girlfriends or particular people in your life. Because
Mhm.
I always joke around saying this is a card of like mal de ojo, that there's people around you that they're a little envious or jealous of, like, whether it's your relationship or like you're this badass bitch that has everything. So they're like, oh hell no, this girl has everything and I don't have nothing. Or like I have to work so hard to have all these things, and like look at her. You know, not
Mhm.
saying that you don't, but there is a lot of eyes on you, and there is a lot of eyes on your relationship. So the reason
Mhm.
why he looks like he's kind of sneaky is because he's keeping information to himself, and that's what he's trying to tell you. Keep your business to yourself. Don't tell nobody what's going on with you guys. Don't tell nobody, or even if you're telling your, don't tell your girlfriends, oh yeah, I want my boyfriend to propose to me, you know, because then these other bitches are like, ah, she has a boyfriend and I don't. You know, like when it comes to love, I've seen women could get very vicious. So that's why I'm saying she could be your bestie for life, but deep down there might be a part of her that's like, why does she have a man and I don't? I've seen it get pretty ugly, you know? So with your Seven
Mhm.
of Swords, keep your business to yourself. You know, whatever you guys doing with each other, keep it to yourself. Or if you guys had an amazing day, or you saw like you guys little by little are taking further steps into your relationship that look like you're getting to that point, you know, just you don't have to be oversharing with people every little detail about your relationship, you know? Like, I think, you know, and as well, like, you know, just I guess be mindful of who as well you're sharing your information with. You know, like learn how to read the room and the energy, because these people might be sucking your energy. So, you know, be just very protective of yourself and your relationship, because you never know who is really watching you guys or paying attention to your energy.
Facts. It looks like we got kind of similar in a sense. When I looked at your card, I was like, "Ooh, you are going through, but your relationship looks good."
Yeah.
Like maybe it's more like you're just going through an internal like
Yeah.
transformation. All right, let's get to the cards. So you got here the Nine of Wands. So it looks like you've been through a lot. This could also mean your relationship. You guys have been long together for a long time. So this could be that you guys been through a lot together, you grew together, but this also could mean you yourself has been through a lot in terms of your life. But now the next card I got was the Tower card.
Mhm.
Now, I feel like the reason a tower is happening, this could be why you're feeling all these influx of emotions. I feel like you're going through an internal transformation. And maybe at some point your relationship is transforming as well. but I think there's an old foundation of thinking that you need to let go of. So this card, sometimes when I think of adversity and perseverance, it means you've gone through so much, but don't use those struggles as your future like mentality. Oh, I'm always struggling, because then you're going to invite that energy into the new chapters. So you struggled, you overcame it, let it go. Do not use that baggage from the past to kind of hold place into the new beginnings you're creating. So that's what I'm hearing for this. You've been through a lot, but don't continue the struggle process. You don't have to struggle no more. And I feel like for you, your frame of mind, you have to let go of the old to invite the new. And this could be about your relationship, because it could have been like, you guys had your moments, you had your ups and downs, but you're in a good place. But right now, you're still focusing on the past. You got to let it go. If you and him are good and you have a good standing relationship, and yeah, there's some moments, but you're overall good, then understand and believe that. I don't know if this is something in general with you. Maybe you have trust issues, or maybe you feel like there's certain things that keep coming through in terms of your mentality. You feel like things may go sour. You have this worry mind where you're thinking, what if things go wrong? You got to let that go. So, this Tower card, I feel like it represents your mentality breaking through. Spirit's like, no, no, girl. If you want the life you want, you got to let go of that past mentality, and we got to embrace a new way of thinking. So, we're going to crash that. We're
Like,
going to break that down. And the
wipe
reason
that.
I'm saying
Yeah.
that is, once this tower moment's happening, I feel like it's happening now with certain feelings and emotions. I'm hearing also things from the past are coming. So you can review it, process it, and kind of see it as like a lesson to bring new information into your relationship and how you approach it. Because I got here the Eight of Wands. This means positive movement forward. That means good things are happening. So maybe because you went through so much and you're holding on to some type of baggage, this Tower card is going to knock that shit out. It's going to be like, no, we can't do this anymore. We can't be this way. We can't think this way. If we want the ideal relationship with this person, we have to let that go. So then a lot of these beautiful blessings can come through. So there's many good things going on in your relationship you may not be aware of, or I'm hearing you have to hold more gratitude for your relationship, kind of count your blessings, see what you have now, be grateful for it, because you guys have been through so much together, you've gone through so much, you're in a good place. See it for what it is now and not the past. You know what I'm saying? So, and the reason I'm also saying is because we have here the Five of Cups. This card tends to be a person that in the moment likes to think of what shoulda, coulda, wouldas. The shoulda, coulda, wouldas can really fuck you up, because
Yeah.
it stops you from your blessings. Where, yes, the shoulda, coulda, woulda, but that's the past. In the past, if you didn't have what you had in the past, you wouldn't have what you have now. So you had to get through what you get through in the past to get where you are now. So the shoulda, coulda, wouldas is kind of like an ego coming through, fear coming through to stop you from pushing through that mental barrier into a new beginning and blessings. So think of it, why is these feelings arising? Why do I feel this right now? Instead of just thinking it's just him or the relationship, start to ask yourself that. Why am I feeling this right now? What's bothering? What's triggering it? And like I mentioned, triggers, everyone has their triggers, because I feel like your relationship is okay. Like your guys in good standing, things are good, but I feel like there's things going on with you. And that happens when you're in a relationship and you're in the long haul and it's a good standing relationship. Basically, it gives you space to heal. And I think that's what's happening with you, because you're in a better place. All the stuff that you're dealing with, you're starting to heal from it. And that creates a mental transformation. Now, just be careful of you thinking about the past and having resentments about the past. You're in a good standing now. Appreciate the now. Let go of the past. And that might be part of the tower moment that you're experiencing or could be experiencing very soon. After this card, I have here the Eight of Pentacles. So it looks like your person is working on things. You may not realize it, he may not be telling you every step, but I feel like he's putting things together because he has a vision of what he would like to have your life together. And it may not be as fast as you would like it, But I promise you, he is thinking about the next steps. He's putting things together. This is self mastery.
Oh, sorry, the power went out for a second in my. That's why I looked. I was like that.
Be nice to her. So
Oh,
it's self mastery. So think of it this way: if he's growing and
yeah.
he's changing and he's evolving, you have to do the same so you can match energetically. So what's happening? You're not crazy. What's happening is that you have to let go so
Yeah.
you can evolve and you can match him and meet him at this new place because you're growing together. That's what growing together is. We don't stay the same. We change and evolve, and this is what's happening. He's changing and evolving. He may not show you it, but I promise you, very soon you'll start to see. You'd be like, "Oh, what if we get a house together?" I bet you he has that money down packed. He'd be like, "Oh,
I
I have
bet.
the money.
I
Now we just gotta
bet he
look for the
has.
house." And you're gonna be like, "Ooh, ooh, what?" And
Or
it's
he's gonna like
because he had
pull
to
you
break
up
out
to.
of that mentality and take you seriously. He's like, "No, this is gonna be my wife. This is gonna be my long term. I want to build something with her." Maybe before he act childish, and then he had to grow up. And with you, he was able to do that, and now you're doing the same. So this is a self mastery happening. I feel like you're both mastering yourselves in the relationship. And she's right. Give him space. Okay, because I feel like you're very you have a lot of emotions and feelings, and that's fine. But again, if it's not a real direct involvement between him and you, don't make it about him and you. Hear that? Don't make it about him and you if it's not about him and you. Okay. If it's from the past, deal with it in terms of the past.
Yeah.
Okay. And she's right. Do not tell your friends what you're going through, or do not tell any. One advice I will give you, and I think this is for any relationship, in any kind of relationship, whether you're with a trans, whatever, polyamorous, monogamous, whatever, don't tell everybody your problems. They are not in bed with that person with you, and they don't know all of the things that you guys go through on a day to day. So they have a certain viewpoint and they're biased because they're your
That's true.
friend.
That's true.
Okay. Unless this is like a neutral ass person you meet in the street. But again, everyone has their biases. So what you go through, keep it between you guys. Now, if there's certain things you want to check yourself with, that's fine. But don't tell them every bit of information. Some things you must keep in your relationship. Because again, it's sacred. It's between you and him, no one else. They not fucking him, you are. Okay, so let's just say that. So just
Yeah.
keep it between you guys. And I'm hearing another thing. Do not tell him you told people. I talked to her and said this. Do not tell a man
Yeah.
that. I'm gonna tell you this. When my guy's telling to tell you, he's gonna get pissed. He's gonna be like, "Why are you talking to other people about it? Why can't you just talk to me?" So just be careful. Like, I feel like he's manning up, like manning up in the sense that he's really taking you seriously, more than you realize and more than you're getting credit in. And you're basing him on the younger part of him. Like maybe he was childish before and now it's different. And he just one day he's like, you know what? I really love her. I'm gonna do everything. And you're associating him now with him in the past. You guys been through a lot. Give him a cut some slack, and maybe just start focusing on yourself and letting go, because I feel like there's many beautiful things for this relationship. Again, the 8 of Wands, there's good things coming through, like mastery's happening here. So that's what I'm hearing. And let me get you the oracle, and then we're done. So the first oracle is baby steps.
Ah.
That's the first oracle. This is really pretty.
Yeah.
It says here, action. Follow your intuition before it makes sense. They're saying what your gut tells you before you start getting emotional and start
Yeah.
reflecting on the past and bringing up all this shoulda, coulda, wouldas. Think about how you really feel. It may not even be involving him. It may be involving your resentment.
Yeah. Like your own internal thing.
Yeah, so I feel like it's spilling more in your relationship than it should be, and that's okay. It happens to everybody, but as long as you check yourself, you say, you know what, maybe I'm pouring more onto him than I should be, and he's not really doing anything to trigger me in that way. Maybe I'm just reflecting on my past. I need to
Yeah.
let that go. So just start listening to your gut before the whole cycle of emotions happen for you. The next card is here, deep cellular healing. So I feel like like I said, as he's changing and evolving, so are you. And I think a lot of healing is gonna take place. Lean on him. Like, I don't know if you feel like you can't tell him everything, or you feel like you'll be a burden to tell him how you feel. And this doesn't mean about the relationship. This means about what you're going through. Like, babe, I'm feeling sad because I don't know, I feel depressed, blah, blah, blah. Speak to him. I feel like he may surprise you more than you realize. He may not know exactly what to say to make you feel better, but he may do an action to show you he cares. He may rub your feet. He may say, you know what, take this day off. I'm going to help you with this. And that's his way. I feel like his way of showing you that he cares is a little more different than you're used to, but you got to give him space to show you. And I think he may surprise you more than you realize. But be honest, if you're feeling a certain type of way or you're feeling cranky that day, let him know in advance. So if you act crazy around him, at least he understands. I be telling my man, I'm
Yeah.
like, look, I'm in a bitchy mood, so I'm sorry in advance if I say anything to you that's like, rah, rah. You know. Sometimes you gotta remind your person of that, and then they'll understand. They'll be like, all right, I won't take it seriously. So, kind of like that. And that means that you have to understand your triggers, you have to understand your emotions. So that's going to happen, a lot of healing in your within yourself, and it's also going to transform your relationship. And I feel like you guys are going to come closer, a lot more closer than you realize. It's like a beautiful transformation, but you just got to be open to it, and you got to do more self-reflection first. And once you do, you can meet him energetically, and you'll see a lot of beautiful changes and a lot of positive movement forward. A lot of things happening. So, okay. That's what I feel like. Sometimes we get in our
Yeah.
own way and it's okay. But that tower woman is going to rip it out of your. They'll be like, nope, we're not doing this. We got to change this. You want the great relationship you want, so you got to break the mental barrier and change your approach. Yeah. But that's your reading, Katie. I hope it helps you. And I hope whatever tower moment happens, or like, I like tower moments because it's a different realization. But I hope it's graceful and peaceful for you, like in the most graceful, peaceful way. That's all I'll be telling my guys. Make it peaceful. Don't be hurting me. We not doing this suffering shit. Make it graceful. Like, I realize, okay. Not no like harshness. Sometimes harshness happens because it needs to, but yes.
Yes, exactly.
Not right now. I say no.
Well,
I say no to
yeah,
that.
I'm excited for your changes. It looks like something, big is definitely on the horizon. So just give them the space. Just trust it, just kind of go for it. I'm excited
Yeah.
for you guys. So let us know what comes through.
Yeah, this could be for like the year. You never know. A couple of things
Mhm.
might happen within the year, and you're just gonna be like, girl, I was just wild the hell out. And I needed to calm down and just kind of pull myself together. And I said, that's okay. I'll be wilding out too, but I'm glad you pull yourself together. Right?
Mhm.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for joining us. We tired reading. It
Yes.
was beautiful. I like these readings. I'm glad we were able to help as many people as we could. I hope any of you watching this, even if you didn't get a donation reading, I hope some of these messages kind of help you in any way in regards to love towards yourself, towards others, and any kind of relationship. And sister, thank you for joining me. This was
Yes.
fun.
This is
Let us
definitely
know. I'll be
fun.
putting the timestamps tonight. If not, that probably means I knocked the hell out by tomorrow. I'll put the timestamps and the names. I have everything in my little notebook. So okay.
Yes. Yeah.
You're out of it too. You're like, whoa.
Yeah. I was like, definitely tired, but I'm glad we were able to get all these little,
It's
love.
1144.
Ah.
1144
Oh,
eight like angel numbers. Hey. That's
yes.
divine, man. Divine, I say.
Yes.
Well, we're gonna end it on 1144 and say thank you so much for watching us. You can watch this on replay. please subscribe to your channel, sister's channel. What's the name of your channel?
La Bruja del 305.
La Blue La blah,
La
really?
Bruja.
La Bruja de 305. For a minute, my word slurred. I'm not drunk, I promise you. La Bruja de 305, and also our Instagram page, The Tarot Queen. And you can follow me on Lewis Soul Oracle. You follow me here. What am I saying? And also on Instagram as well. So thank you for joining us, and we'll update you on the next live that we do. We don't know
Yes.
when, but we will let you know. And if any of you didn't get a reading, you'll get a reading then. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for joining us, and I'll see you on the next one. Thank you for
Yes.
joining me.
Bye, everyone. Bye,
Bye.
kitty. I see your cat. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.